welcome back everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 20. Oh my god, your weekly dose of WardiTV action. I'm of course your live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. It has been far too long. It's been a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, for the past couple of weeks, we have been busy covering other events. It was last week, of course, that we were casting the Little League Cup group stage, and we missed out on WardiTV Monday as they did clash, they did overlap against each other. But now we're done. Now we have wrapped up Little League Cup, we have wrapped up Master Coliseum. We can now finally jump into some WardiTV action. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chilean Terran player himself, the Teal Terran. It is Luciano. Hi, papi. It has been far too long. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, who will claim the win. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our first series of the night. Here we go. As we do settle in. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we'll be going over the bracket after this series. We'll wrap up the series first, then we'll indulge in the bracket and all those updates and where this leads us and where we are headed. Ooh, we'll get there. We will get there. For the time being, it has been far too long since I've casted Luciano. Luciano, of course, he is a pro player. He's a GM here in the Chilean and the Latin American scene. I think the last time I casted Luciano was actually during the MC show match, if I'm not mistaken. During the MC SEL StarCraft Evolution show match, where MC played against one race of each, one player of Latin America from each race. I believe Luciano was the Terran player. I believe Zerg was Ryojin and Protoss was Draconics, if I recall correctly. I might be misremembering a little bit there. Oh no, sorry, Eon. I think Eon and Ryojin. Yeah, they both played. They both played. So it's been a while. It's been since December. Since I've casted Luciano. So I'm great to be back at covering him, and I'm curious how he compares to Rex. Rex, of course, who has been on that grind. Rex is mainly a caster nowadays. He does do a lot of casting on his own channel. So big shout out to Rex. He does a lot of content, but of course he's still a competitor as well. And I'm always reminded of Rex in WTL. Like Rex, he was my MVP for WTL, where he would always rock up with a crazy build and he'd be able to catch big players off guard, players like Cure, players like Raynor. Those are the two series that do come to mind. Rex versus Raynor and Rex versus Cure in WTL were amazing. Again, Rex, he's a very creative player, very smart player is what I will say. And yeah, we'll see how they compare. See how they compare here. At least when it came to, at least when it came to the prepared WTL format, Rex would always come in with like a cheesy, crazy build to try to catch out a pro player. But here in these open tournaments, we should be seeing some more standard play out of Rex instead. Well, we'll see. For now, Reaper does slip by. Does get behind the mineral line in towards that natural, getting a full scout, confirming no additional gases are being taken. Reaper taking some hits, but the Reaper will get away. We'll slip away here in the end. Likewise. Oh my god. So we have our initial opener here, 1-1-1 into an insanely fast fusion core. The C, where are we going? There's a lot going on right now. The CC does float towards top right. The Viking is on the way. The Overlord is coming in for the scout. No, we can't deny the scout. Nothing shoots up. There's no Marine, there's no Cyclone, no nothing, and the Overlord will see everything. We'll see the CC floating elsewhere, and we'll confirm the fusion core. This was supposed to be a surprise, supposed to be a big fight thing out of left field, but alas, it all gets scouted. What's happening, Pi? What's happening? Anyway, crazy BC rush. Rex is aware he's coming in for a Ling Scout, and I'm concerned for Luciano. He's racing by GuMiho with his Hellions. Lings, they do flood in. They try to get us around. Hellions do cut back well enough here. They are pinned though against the wall. SCV's going to be going down, getting one, soon to be two. Yeah, 2 SCV kills, 2 Hellions as well. These things are going to be cleaned up, but they confirmed that the fusion core has not been cancelled. There's no cancellation on the fusion core. Let's go. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Sorry. My mistake. It was 2 weeks ago. It was the 6th. It was the 6th of January where we casted Little League Cup instead of WardiTV Monday 17. That's it. So it was 2 weeks ago that we missed out on the Wardi Monday because of Little League Cup. And yes, it was last week where I was not in good condition to cast. That was after the intense like 24-hour cast that we had during the weekend, where my throat was really sore and I could not cast. I should say that's why we skipped out on the morning cast, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't overexert myself, and I wanted to make sure I was 100%, so we missed out on the Wardi cast as well. Yes, that's it. So we missed out on last week, and we missed out on the week of the 6th as well because of Little League Cup. So again, we've been missing out on some of these Wardi events, but now we're back. We're here to go. Ooh, Hellions are going to be shut down. Likewise, we have the Spire on the way from Rex, going to be rushing into essentially, yeah, I was going to say 2-base meter, 3-base meter here out of Rex. No scouting, checking Luciano. He has not seen enough. BC does teleport across them. Yo, we got the classic skin. Let's go. Very sleek. BC does wander in here, but again, the Spire is on the way. As we mentioned before, the Spire is going to be good response against the Corruptor production. If Rex is bold enough, we could actually go Mass Muta, overwhelm these BCs, and then counterattack across the map. So there's potential for Mutas. Otherwise, Corruptors is going to be the more secure answer here to the problem that is the BC. The BC is going to be forced back. Likewise, Luciano diving in, getting past the expansion, headed towards that mineral line. Queens are in position. Alien's going to be forced back. And so far, Rex, he's doing well. He's doing well for himself. Oh, as Aliens, they bypass the main army. Oh my god. They do slip in. Drone's going to be going down. They line up. No! Oh my god. They line up 11 drone kills. He's not done. We have one. Oh, we have another volley. 12 workers going down. Very nice counterattack here. The drones, they get roasted. And Rex, we have to calm down, Pappy. We have to calm down. The drone kind of still okay. We're at just under 3-base saturation. Meanwhile, Luciano, he's of course embracing mech. More BCs, or the second BC has arrived. Tanks are building up. We have Blue Flame on the way, Macville accelerators as well. Luciano just embracing that mech style. And Rex, where do we go from here? I mean, for now, we're just stabilizing. We're just droning up. We're just trying to stabilize. Check the Corruptor count here. We have, 2 Corruptors so far. Soon to be 4. So no big investment into Corruptor. Likewise, no Mutas either. Just going to be Corruptor Roach. As Rex is trying to maintain himself, trying to keep up. BC floating in. Does float in, takes down one of those Corruptors. Should be able to teleport. Yeah, look, that's transfuse. Let's go. Does transfuse in time. Saves the Corruptor. Let's go. 6 more Corruptors on the way. That is a big investment, is what I will say. In total, we're getting up to 10. So 10 Corruptors, which I think is okay against 2 BCs. Oh, did I say 2? Sorry, 1 BC. 1 died. Uh-oh. My apologies. I did miss that. I guess 1 BC went down in the main. So 1 BC left here for Luciano. Aliens, they try to rush past the Roaches. They head towards the middle lines once again. They somewhat slip in. Yeah, 4 here towards the natural. 2 into the main base mineral line, but it looks like we're not getting enough done. That was a big investment here from Luciano, and he's getting how many drones? 5. Up! Oh my god, 7. It's okay towards the end. 7 drones. 7 workers go down. But Rex, throughout all this, is building up his army, building up more Roaches. Now, my biggest concern here, as we're throwing away Hellions, and we'd be thinking, oh, you know, Hellions, they don't do amazing anyway, like in a head-on fight. That's kind of true, but they don't meant to. What are the Hellions for? To buffer and to protect these tanks. These tanks right now are very naked. They're very naked, they're very exposed, they're very vulnerable. They need some kind of buffer zone for themselves to actually get damage done on a Roach-based army. So that's my biggest concern, is we're throwing away a lot of the battle mech here, and Rex is going to be the first to max out. He's going to be the first to push. We'll see what is actually remaining here to help support the mech army. As a second BC has arrived. Go base is being taken. Catching out one of the queens. Forces teleport. Do teleport back home. Fourth base now being taken. Rex is just taking his entire half of the map. Jesus. Triple expanding, going for the gold, going for left, and going for right hand side as well. Let's go. Does triple expand. Luciano meanwhile walling up, walling up. Rex is about to max out. Hive is on, getting into Adrenal. We do have Neural on the way as well. Neural for those infestors. Should soon be taking up towards a greater spire once we have the resources for it. Ready for that late game. Catching out 3 more Hellions. BCs, they spot the army. And Luciano, he's still building up. He's going double armory into double upgrades. There's that greater spire on the way for Rex. We got the spire coming. Oh, that's wild. Ooh, they do connect. Late reaction out of Luciano. Doesn't pull away in time. Does not pull away in time. Getting 5 SCVs. Shanna rotating. Oh, catching out some of the corruptors. Not bad. Good rotation. Good lock-ons. Getting 1. Getting 2. Ooh, getting 3. 3 corruptors falling. Very nice catch there from Luciano. It may not look like a big deal just because, I mean, there's not that many BCs, but really, oh, it's not. Oh, Luciano! Get it back to work! Oh, that's, oh my god, that's a lot of following SCVs. Ah, no. Oh no! Okay, okay. Okay, pulls back. Jesus. There you go. Does transfer over. Likewise, some okay lock-ons here. What I was getting at here is that he's not killing corruptors, he's killing would-be broodlords. Remember, the greater spire is done, and broodlords are going to be an option available here to Rex. So that corruptor count may come into play. Shannon pokes in. So far, good trades, good kiting. Lings are coming from behind. The Ling Bane going to be collapsing in. And catching out some of the battle mech. Falling back to the tanks. Tank line a little bit too far back. And that's going to be 2 tanks falling. Potentially 3. Up. Can he get it? Oh my god, he can. Whew, 3 tanks going down. And again, there's no tanks left. The position has been broken. We have tanks further back. But again, they're not quite where they need to be. And Rexy has done it. He's broken the back of Luciano. Takes down the tanks. There's 1 tank left, down to 0. Caustic spray on the CC. And Luciano's just trickling in. He just wasn't quite ready. That's a kill in the command center. SCs are falling as well. And before we could really embrace that late game, Rex, he's done it. He has done it. Has broken through. Unfortunately, Luciano just wasn't at that tank count, at the high enough tank count to really like set up a siege line to defend these locations. Needed more time. And even though Luciano, he survives and he does force Rex back, I mean, there's not really much behind this. We're stuck with a 3-base economy. We're down to 49 SCVs, Lings, they flood in. The Hellbats, they can trade well, but what about everything else? What about the tanks, the Cyclones? GG gets called, and Rex, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take a lead in the series. Whew. And we'll see if Luciano can bounce back. Remember, it was a wild opener going for the fast fusion core into 1-1-1. Unfortunately, everything got scouted and Rex, he was prepared for it. But I mean, there was potential, is what I will say. There was potential for Luciano. We'll see if he incorporates or if he embraces mech once again, or if we head in a different direction. We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Let's go. Just catching up. Shema, papi, Shema. Good to see you. Oh. Here we go. As looks like game number 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game. And we'll see if we can make a series out of this, or if Rex can take the 2-0. Ooh, again, I do feel like a big part of that win as well. I mean, Rex had a lot of momentum early on because of the initial opener and build of Luciano, which did kind of fall on its face. But I'm here for it. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Offside Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Rex. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, of Ultra Love, we have the Chilean Terran player himself, the Blue Terran. It is Luciano. I missed the LATAM boys. I missed them, Pappy. I missed them. Speaking of, let's go. Once again, you know what? I always appreciate when some of the players, when they actually incorporate some of the more unique skins that we rarely get to see. Like the BC, for example, or the workers here. I appreciate it. I think, for example, Shin. I think Shin uses the horny Ultralisk. When I say horny, I mean like it's just covered completely in spikes. Completely. It's a spiky boy. But here we go. We do have a proxy 2-Rax. Let's go. It's going to be proxy 2-Rax. With this, we should be going for a bunker rush. Should be bunker rushing the natural, bearing in mind, no gases, so just mass marine into bunkers here. Now, proxy 2-Rax is not an all-in. This is aggressive, that is true. This needs to get damaged, that is also true, but you can transition behind this into a factory, into a CC, and get into a longer game state, depending on how much damage you get done, right? Like, it is contingent on getting damage done here on the low ground. So we'll keep an eye on Luciano. This doesn't have to kill, but does have to main. We go. As Marines are building up, SCVs as well. Because it's only 2 Raxes, of course, Rexy has to fight for his natural. He cannot lose it. Cannot lose the expansion. Ooh. But a third SCV comes in for a scout, and this makes it look like a proxy 3-Rax. Okay, really smart here. I would say mind games. The mind games are real. Typically, the SCV count is indicative of how many Raxes there are, but coming in with that third SCV, there's only 2 Raxes, so it makes it look like it's more aggressive and more committed than it really is. Roach Warren's on the way. Second gas guys as well. You can see Rex responding with what's going to be a Roach Rush. The bunkers are set. And the hatchery's under fire. And honestly, so far, Luciano, this position is looking quite secure. Very secure here. Going for the hatchery. Lair on the way. Oh, we're going for a 1-base all-in response here. I believe Rex, it looks like he is content by losing the expansion, and his goal here is to try to hold on to the main, and then potentially Nidus across the map. There's no Overlord. There's no Overlord here outside of the main base. Lair into Nidus would make sense. But as I mentioned, ideally against a proxy 2-Rax, you want to defend that natural, but we're giving up on it. And I'm pretty sure a big reason for this is because Rex believes it's a 3-Rax instead. Oh boy. Back at home, there's a transition. Rex is putting back home. Factory, CC on the way. Yep, natural goes down. And this is already good enough for Luciano. This is already, I mean, this is crazy damage. Now it's all about surviving the counter all in. Can he survive? Overlord is likewise in position. He will spot the roaches. Is aware. Is aware of the roaches. Ravager's now morphing in. Lair is now done. There's the Nidus Worm. And Luciano, he needs vision in the main. He needs to see this. His Raxes are floating in. They, I believe, will not... Yeah, they won't spot it. They will not spot it. Ah, no. He barely can't see the corner of his main. Uh-oh. At least the depot. As the Nidus is almost done. It's getting there. It's either we need to get a unit here to scout, or Luciano needs to see the lair. Oh, he is moving his factory. Does move the factory. Does spot it, but there's nothing to fight. There's nothing here. Does he notice? He doesn't notice. No, he doesn't see. And it's going to finish. Nidus Worm, it's going to finish. And with that, Rex is going to claim this game and claim the 2-0. Roach is a flood out. Queens as well. And Luciano, he evacuates. He's going to try to get the hell out of here. Alas. Yeah, he forced to migrate over, lifting up all his buildings. And what can he do from here? Ay, ay, ay. The reality here is that all this is going to go down in the main. Even if he migrates over, he doesn't really have much to work with. Going for the Ravager. Boys are being pulled. Oh. Decent kiting. Decent kiting, getting a couple of drones. Boys, they have arrived. Everything's floating over. But there's no production. Yeah, no, he finds the starport, denies the Banshee. Banshee would have been ideal here, but alas, Banshee is going to be shut down. Oof. Luciano, he gets supply blocked. Just unfortunate placement here for the proxy starport. And the problem here is that Rex can produce. Rex has no economy, he can produce. Luciano does not. Luciano, he has nothing here. CC's floating back over. Rex does find the position, does find the army as well, these 7 vanilla Marines. And unless Rex gets surrounded by these SCVs, Rex should be fine. Like, there is potential if he gets surrounded, if he gets locked down. But that's really the only kind of scenario here. Ooh. As more Marines get caught out. Production trying to land. Expansions on the... Rex taking the natural across the map. Let's go. And Luciano, he gets found. The production gets found out as well. Rex dipping back in, picking up SCVs. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Marauders are on the way. Oh, good. Gets one. Gets one roach. Boy, down to what? 3 Marines? 2 Marines? Oh, no. 2 Marines left, papi. Ay, ay, ay. The mutas have arrived as well to hunt down floating buildings. And there it is. GG Rex. He will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. What a series. What a series. GG well played. Rex, he will take it. He will advance on. My condolences to Luciano, but a shout to Luciano as well for having some wild builds, rushing into the BC in game 1, and here going for the proxy 2 racks. Unfortunately, Luciano, even though his buildings did scout the Nidus for him, he wasn't able to react himself. He wasn't able to spot it himself, so he wasn't able to shut it down. With that, GG. GG, well played. Otherwise, if he could deny that Nidus, Luciano would have been in a beautiful position. He would have had a greater economy. He would have, of course, been containing his opponents, would have been able to get into his factory production, a very different game state if he was able to shut down that Nidus. But alas, doesn't quite occur. GG. GG, well played. Rex will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who will face off against him in that second round? We are here to find out, papi. Oh my god. Exclamation mark B in the chat, if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. One moment as I quickly have to update it myself. I got you. As we switch regions over and follow Rex. Okay, from the top, we have updates. We have MaxPax. MaxPax has been patiently waiting. MaxPax is going to be going up against Nicorect in the next round. As I quickly message some players so I don't get left behind. There we go. But Nicorect takes down Gref 2-0. Nicorect up against MaxPax in the second round. Scrolling down, we have Nightmare. Nightmare's up against GuMiho in a very, very impressive looking TVP. Best of luck. Best of luck to GuMiho. Best of luck to Nightmare. Scoring down, we have Dark. Dark has been patiently waiting, and we are here for the PVZ. If you've been under a rock, if you have not been watching StarCraft for the past couple of weeks, you might be unaware, but Dark has been avoiding ZVZ. He's been playing Protoss, a lot of Protoss. We saw him play Protoss against Rogue in the Lima League. We saw him play Protoss against Shin in Pigastore Monday, and we saw him play Protoss against Raynor in Lil League Cup. So he's played 3 times. So and he also played Protoss in KSL. So 4 times so far. 4 times this week. It's become a regular thing. So I expect to see Protoss here out of Dark. Dark, he is now one of the many players that is avoiding mirror matchups by playing Protoss. So I don't think this is going to be a ZVZ. I'm leaning towards a ZVP instead, just based off of Dark's trajectory over the past week. Has been playing a lot of Protoss. Scrolling down, we do have Classic. Classic is up against Percival in the second round as well. Best of luck. Best of luck to Classic. Best of luck to Percival as well. Big fan of both. Just one moment here as we set things up. Beautiful. Scrolling down, we have Clem. Clem is up against Milky Cow in a TVT. Honestly, that looks like a lot of fun as well. That looks like a lot of fun. That's going to be another PBT, I should say, as Clem has been, of course, playing Protoss against other Terran players. I do think that Milky Cow has an opportunity for an upset. Like, he is a very aggressive player. So if Clem is playing Protoss, I want to believe that Milky Cow can take a map. I want to believe he can cheese the hell out of Clem. But we'll see what happens. We'll see. Scrolling down, we have ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE against Ryung. Ooh, that's going to be a close one. We have casted Ryung defeat ShoWTimE before in Kung Fu Cup, if I remember correctly. In Kung Fu Cup. So again, Ryung, he definitely has it in him. ShoWTimE, I would say, is the favorite player, but Ryung is no slouch. He is not one to be taken lightly. So best of luck to the tuna as is up against the big boy himself, ShoWTimE. Scrolling down, we have herO. herO's up against Psionic in that second round. Shout out to Psionic. He's also becoming a much more active player as of late. Great to see him competing. Scrolling down, we have Cure. He's waiting for the winner of Geralt and Matt. Matt, of course, the French Zerg player. Geralt, the Polish Protoss. So best of luck as they're all facing off. Just the final series still ongoing in that first round between Geralt and Matt, but we almost have the entirety of the round 16 underway. Let's go. Let us go. As vetoes are being conducted as we speak. And I'll let you know. I'll let you know if Dark is going to play Zerg or Protoss. Right now, I'm leaving it as the random logo, and we'll soon find out. We'll soon find out. We'll get there. Go. Vetoes are underway. Also, if you want to tune into some of these other matches, I believe they're being covered by Wardy. I think Wardy's also casting in English. I believe Koka is casting in French. I wouldn't be surprised if Rex starts casting if his tournament run ends. And I believe Into the Inu is also casting in Korean as well. So plenty of other coverage for the event is ongoing. So you can also check out some of the other matches that are going on. Koka, he usually does follow his own French players. I would imagine following players like Matt, Psionic, or maybe even Clem. Koka is usually all over that. So if you want to see some of Clem's matches, Koka is the one to look at, is the one to look for. When it comes to Into the Inu, Inu is covering the Nightmare GuMiho series. So Inu, he has you covered there. When it comes to Wardy, I'm unfamiliar with where Wardy is. Usually we try to spread out, just because everything's happening at once. And Wardy, okay, he's covering the ShoWTimE series. It makes sense, makes sense. ShoWTimE versus Ryung, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one here. Of course, we have our series. Let's go. Now, we are being let know that something has come up and our players need a little bit of time here. You know, Dark, he's now a pappy, so he's looking after his daughter. So we'll need a moment before we jump in. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have Dark versus Rex in a best of 3. See you soon. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and tuck in your Tempest. We'll be back soon with our next series. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something that I was not expecting. Let's go. Welcome back to the round of 16 of the WardiTV Monday. We just wrapped up with Rex versus Luciano, and now we are here with Dark versus Rex. Here we go. Oh, Gosu. He is. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, this is what I was not expecting. We have the Taiwanese, typically Zerg, but now he's embracing his Protoss side of things. It is Rex. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, this we were expecting. Just one time. We'll see. This we were expecting. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea. It is Dark. Oh, he beat a 7k Zerg once with this. Let's go, Rex. He's the GOAT. The best Protoss in the West. Or in the world, potentially. Oh my god. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets. Ooh, true, PvZ. True. That is easier than PvP. One time. Oh, he beat Haas. Oh, let's go. He beat Haas that one time. Hey, that's crazy. But predictions are open. Get your gamma going. Predictions are open. So best of luck. Rex random. Rex is not random. Coming into the lobby, Rex he did specifically pick PvP. He did specifically pick Protoss. Not random. Just as a heads up. Let's go. Why pick Zerg player to cast Zerg player? I mean, I knew that Dark was gonna play Protoss. Like, I knew that Dark was gonna play Protoss coming into this, but Rex, he caught me off guard. Did catch me off guard. Let's go. As we are gonna be opening up 2 gate opener here out of Dark. Likewise, ooh, we have a gate cyber into Stargate. Rex pulling a MaxPax. Oh my god. Okay, so a MaxPax opener here by Rex, going for a faster expansion. Meanwhile, Dark gonna be opening up Double Stalker. With Double Stalker, you can move out across the map, you can be more assertive here, and can reinforce with a 3rd and 4th Stalker as well. Can look to reinforce. As Dark shuts down the probe, moves out. Behind this, GuMiho taking the natural. Likewise, Rex already has his on the way. And Dark, does he reinforce? The answer is no. Ooh. Okay, he skips out on the 3rd and 4th units, and he will go for a faster Stargate instead. Interesting. Going for the faster Stargate. I mean, I say faster Stargate, I mean, it is faster, but it is, of course, delayed or slower than that of Rex. Does Dark go Phoenix from here? Interesting. We'll see. I'm very perplexed. I'm very curious to see kind of where this leads. Because you typically do not respond with a Stargate if your opponent opens Stargate like this. You're just behind. You're just behind in that Stargate production. Stalker's poke in. Catching a Zealot. Oracle reveal herself. Diving on top of the Stalker. And the Stalker up. Ooh, is going to be going down. Nice pickup. So the Oracle takes a lot of hits. Does pull away. And Dark, he backs up. Whew. Do back up. Bit of a one-to-one trade. Better trade for Rex. Likewise, we're getting to our natural bases. Shield batteries are ready. More Oracles are amassing. Likewise, Dark also going to Oracles himself. Being hyper-aggressive. Adepts moving out. Oracles on the way as well. We'll see what Dark can get done. I see someone asking in the chat. I just got here, Dark playing Protoss. Yes. I'll reiterate once again. If you've been watching for the past week, Dark, he has been playing Protoss in, I want to say, 5 different tournaments. No, 4 different tournaments. Dark has been playing Protoss. He played Protoss in KSL, in Alima League, in Pegasus Monday, in Little League Cup, and now here in King's Cove. So that's 5 tournaments he has played Protoss over the past like 7 days. As Oracle dives in, and we've been casting him every single time. All the Protoss. Meanwhile, probes are going to be going down. We did have 6 probes falling across the map. Likewise, 7 here for Rex. Rex is not done. Another Oracle has arrived. Dives into the main. Shield battery is ready. Going for the stasis. Up. And Dark, he pulls away in time. Does pull back. Stasis catching a probe. Oracle pulls out. Getting another 2. Another 3 workers even. Very nice damage. Rex, I mean, I say that is still is not gonna be able to get away though, due to the Phoenix. So nice setup here from Dark. As the dust settles, where exactly are we? Dark has a slight economic advantage. He's up 3 probes compared to Rex. Likewise, Rex, he has lost both of his oracles and has lost map control as a result. You know what, Dark, he dives in once again, gets 2 more probes, pulls away, and Dark, he maintains his economic lead. Behind this doesn't need to be going, he's going to DTs. He's going for the Dark Shrine. Let's go. Dark Shrine is on the way. Dark still maintaining his position, just keeping Rex contained. At least trying to. Oh. Getting full scatter. No further tech. I mean, we have Blink on the way from Rex. Gearing up, getting into 4 gates. 4 gate Blink Stalker. Rex taking a 3rd. And what my biggest concern here, no detection. 0 detection for Rex. There's no Robo, there's no Forge. There is a Stargate, which can give you Oracles, of course, and there we go. Robo is now on the way, but the Dark Shrine is about to finish. And the pylon is ready. No, we've seen this before. We've seen MaxPax just insta GG out of this, herO as well. If DTs waddle in, if the Protoss player doesn't have any detection, that can just be game. That can be game then and there. Oh boy. And they are warping in. Dark waddling in towards that natural. And there's nothing. there's nothing here. There's nothing on the way. The Robo's almost done. That is true. Sentry gets focused down. Limited force fields. He can force field the ramp at least, but there's already a DT in the main. There's already a Dark Templar in the main base. Wait, what can we force field? No. As he can focus on the Sentry. Oh no, Sentry goes down. Sentry does fall. Robo gets depowered. Oracle's on the way. We'll have 1 revelation. We'll have the NG overcharge. True. But this is insane damage. 10 probe kills. 11. 12. Oh my god. Oh, there's revelation. Oh, the misclick. He recalls instead of the NG overcharge. And with that, Dark, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Dark, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very aggressive, very chaotic game. Dark going into later oracles, but able to get greater damage done. Able to get in with his adepts, able to shut down the oracles of Rex, and of course the DTs to end the game. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, 0 detection. There was 0 detection. By the time detection had arrived, it was too late. It was too late. Damage was dealt, and with that, Dark takes a lead. Dark does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2 here, and Rex, oh my, okay, Rex, he's switching. Rex, he is switching his race. He is no longer playing Protoss. Rex is switching to Terran. It's gonna be a PvT. Let's go. Rex, he's switching to Terran. Dark, of course, committing to Protoss. Dark, he is committing. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostland, we have the typically Taiwanese Zerg player, but here he is showcasing his Terran for Offside Esports. It is Rex. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. I mean, typically Zerg, but he has been playing a lot of Protoss recently. It is Dark. We go. Again, everyone has been making that great migration to Protoss. Oh no. And yeah, Dark has been looking quite impressive. Again, if you missed out on the VODs, I recommend YouTube. I recommend watching Dark versus Rogue, where Dark did actually bring Rogue to the ace match. He almost took Rogue down as well. That was in Lima League 238, so the most recent one, the most recent Lima League. Likewise, I believe on YouTube should also be the VOD of Dark versus Shin. That was in Pegasaur Monday, where Dark actually went to the late game against Shin and was looking actually quite impressive there as well. Was outscaled eventually, as Dark was hyperfixated on Chargel Archon Immortal as a composition with Storm, and Shin he rushed into Broodlords, and when the Broodlords arrived, they just ended the game. Like Dark, he was not ready for a Skytoss transition, and he did end up dropping it there. But up until that point, he was looking very dominant. If he can get to that late game, this is a different matchup though. This is a different matchup, and I'm curious how Dark will approach this PBT. I'm curious. We also of course casted Dark versus Raynor during the League Cup, where Raynor and Dark both played Protoss and they PvP'd each other. Raynor showing off that he had the greater PvP than Dark, and Dark, he admitted that. He's like, no, you're the better Protoss. You're the better Protoss. So Raynor, he could flex that over Dark. True. Raynor, he gained Dark's blessing when it comes to Protoss. Gave him his blessing. So now we are going to be opening up with an economic opener, single gas. So if Rax expand into factory here for Rex, economic start. Meanwhile, Dark, he's going to be opening up Stargate. Interesting. Now, this is a large map. Welcome one and all to our Frostline. Frostline is one of the largest maps in the map pool. One of the larger maps even. So going for a Stargate open like this makes sense. What I'm most concerned by though here is that Frostline, yes, it is a large map, but there are some very exposed bases. It is typically difficult to defend with a Stargate opener here against all-ins, and I don't know if Rex is one to all-in. That's kind of where I'm a little bit lost here. Rex, how does he play? What are his preferences? What is his style in PvP? Typically, that's something that I can fall back on. Like, we cast everyone here. We cast all day, every day. So we kind of have that kind of like historical background for a lot of players and what to expect from them. From Rex, I have no idea. From Rex, I mean, I've never seen a Saren before, so I'm ready. I'm excited. Show us what you got. But now Rex going into a 1-1-1. Potentially into a Widowmine drop. He's got the one Widowmine is massing up Marines as we speak, and go for a Widowmine Marine drop even. As Dark is banking up those Phoenixes. So far, no scouts out of Rex. Doesn't know what he's up against. Doesn't know if it's Stargate. Doesn't know if it's Twilight Council or Robo. Is in the dark. Is moving out. Making his way towards the mineral line. Remember, there's that Widowmine. Widowmine is set up here in the gas. Phoenix dips in. Oh! Oh my god. As he doesn't quite get into the mineral line. Let say threaten a shade towards that natural. It's only the one Widowmine. He does commit. He does commit in. SV is going to be going down. He gets one. Nice lock on though. And the death will fall. Rex does punish. Meanwhile, Phoenixes, they dive into the main, catching reinforcements, getting a Marine. They get one, they get two. There's that recall, saving the Adepts. Saving one Adept even. And Dark pulls away. And here comes the push. This is what we spoke about, but Phoenixes, they can struggle when it comes to defending these early game aggressive moves. Dark, he's racing back home. What's moving out? We have a handful of Marines, we have the Cyclone, more importantly, we have the Medevac to try to save and juggle units. But that's a lot of Phoenixes, and that's a lot of shield batteries on the way as well. That's 3 shield batteries on the way. Rex rotating, looking for the third base. Third base is almost done. Rex not quite in position. Widowmine goes down. Oh! Rex rallying in. Cyclone gets caught, and the Cyclone's got to fall as well. Massive pickup. The Cyclone, the Marines. It does pull back, gets topped up by the shield batteries, and now Dark King just shut this down. Completely shut this down. The Liberator, the tanks, the boys are being pulled to repair. But the lib goes down. The repairs are not good enough. Ay, ay, ay. Once again, Dark King can fall back to the shield batteries, help himself up, and then just clean everything else up here from here. Rex, he will get away. Gets the hell out of there. Dark from here, now taking up. Forge on the way. Twilight Council +1. Blink. Or I should say, +1 in charge, really. Third base is done. Dark looking solid. It's looking good. So far, so good. Likewise, threatens the mineral lines, punishing the production, catching our marines. Dark is still sharking around. Stark is pinned outside. Likewise, Rex, he's maintaining himself, throwing down more turrets. He's got one turret in each base. In each mineral line as well. He's secure. So, on the one hand, yes, Rex is holding, but Dark, all he has to do is contain. That's his goal here. He's still not stopping, jeez. So just make more Phoenixes. He's just containing his opponent. Behind this, fourth base is on the way, building up more charge loads, getting to charge, getting to Archon production as well, towards Storm. Dark is getting further ahead. He's looking very secure. And Rex from here, do we expand? I mean, he has a third CC, so he has to expand. And that also means there's no all-in potential. Not without these upgrades, of course, so he's still stuck. Then he can start moving out. Once he does, has to be careful. Dark hunting around. And really, we're waiting for that moment for Rex to expand. It's on us. It's upon us here. Once these upgrades finish, then Rex, he should unsiege and move out. As he moves out to expand, that is precisely when Dark wants to attack. As Dark, he wants to catch the army out in the open and unsieged. Speaking of, there's the unsiege. Here's the out in the open. And Dark, he's waiting for his moment. Dragging the army further out to the open. Rex, he pulls back. Thankfully, he is in danger. And Dark, he commits. He dives in, lifts up the tanks. He gets both. Both tanks get lifted. Vikings get shut down. And Dark, he will overwhelm. We'll just overwhelm this army. But there's just not enough here for Rex. Just too far behind. Earlier, he was broken. And now, what is there left? GG gets called. And Dark, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Dark. He will claim the series, and that was a special treat. We expected Dark to play Protoss, that is true. For those who are unaware, Dark, he has been avoiding ZVZs for quite some time now, and he has been solely playing Protoss against other Zerg players. But we were really expecting Rex to kind of keep up with him and switch to Protoss himself and switch to Terran, so shout out to Rex for flexing and showing us some of his off-racing here, and congratulations to Dark, of course, for winning the series. So Dark, he does advance on into next round. And does Dark have an opponent? Let's find out. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over here, and it looks like we have updates. Ooh, the bracket is progressing quite nicely. First things first, Geralt did defeat Matt in the first round. So Geralt, he advances on a face-off against Cure in the round of 16. Meanwhile, the quarterfinals underway. We have Nicaract. Oh my. Pappy. What? Oh my god. Nicaract doing what Clem could not. Aye, papi. Nicaract, he takes down MaxPax. Very well done. Very impressive. Yo, the next world champion? Mate, we need to get Clem some coaching lessons. What's going on? What's Now, Nicaract, he is known for being hyper aggressive and having a lot of all-ins in the TVP matchup. That best of 3, I guarantee you, was like a 20-minute series. 20 minutes for all 3 games. And that looks crazy. That looks like a lot of fun. So congratulations to Nicaract here for knocking MaxPax out of the tournament. And Nicaract is up against GuMiho in the next round. Hold on, I need a message, Nicaract. I need a mate. Oh my god. I left him a message. GG. Oh my god. That's crazy. Hold on, messages and players. Crazy, crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, congratulations to Nickracked. He's up against GuMiho in the next round in the TVT, so best of luck here, Nickracked. Oh my god. Happy. Get the replays to cast. I probably should. I probably should get the replays to cast. I need to give them to Clem so we can learn. Oh my god. I left him a message. I told Nickracked that if he's willing to share them, then I'm happy to cast. Happy to cast if he's willing to share. So I did leave Nickracked a message. Meanwhile, coming into our next matches here, Classic takes down Percival 2-0. Classic up against Dark in the next round. They're going to be facing off in a ZVP. Just to reiterate, Dark has been playing a lot of Protoss, but Dark specifically plays Protoss against Zerg. Like, he specifically, like many players, is avoiding mirror matchups. So like Raynor avoids ZVZ, Clem avoids TBT, Dark avoids ZVZ by playing Protoss. So we should not be seeing Dark playing Protoss against Classic, just as a bit of a disclaimer coming into this. Scoring down Clem takes down Milky Cow 2-0, does advance on to the next round, waiting for the winner of ShoWTimE and Young. That's a big win for Clem, and condolences to Milky Cow. Condolences to Milky as he is knocked out of the tournament. Scrolling down further, yo, Psionic! Oh my god, let's go! Psionic takes a map off of herO. Very impressive stuff. As herO does take the series, but did drop a map to Psionic, so GG, well played. herO advancing on. We have ShoWTimE versus Ryung still ongoing. I believe that is being casted by Wardy, and we have Akira versus Geralt currently ongoing as well. Let's go. And Nickracked, he's being very humble. He's telling me that, oh, he got lucky, Pat. He's so humble. Oh my god. And much love to Nickracked. Much love. GG. And Nickracked did say that he's willing to share after he finishes his games. Like, he's playing against GuMiho right now, so he's otherwise busy, which is understandable. But we might be able to catch those replays after we wrap up the tournament. We'll get there. Potentially. But here we go. We're getting ready for our next series here. Oh. The lobby is set. Oh. And, oh, that's a little bit awkward. Uh-oh. So, yeah, we might be going on an extended break here. That's unfortunate. So, Dark and Classic, they did just start their match, and, they have since began. They have begun. So unfortunately, we missed out. We missed out on game one. They just started the game. So well, what can we do? So unfortunately, we weren't able to join them. We'll be there for game two. So most likely, we're gonna be going on an extended break, and when we come back, we will be returning with game two of Dark versus Classic. That'll be the plan. It's unfortunate, but it happens sometimes. Where players they just want to get into their games. They start things up as quickly as they can. Did you see yesterday's comment from Max on Raynor's Protoss? Do you mean Max Angel or MaxPax? I did not see his comment. Did not see his comment. But yeah, I guess for now we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break. When we come back, hopefully it's not too much of a break here. It does depend on how long the game is going to be. But we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our game two have our game 2. Until then, see you soon. See you soon. Enjoy the lovely Brutal OST, and we'll be back when we have a match for you. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC. As we have returned here with our series. Unfortunately, we missed out on Dark vs. Classic Game 1. Again, they did begin without us, but we are at least jumping into game number 2 together. Game 1 was on Whispers of Gold. You can imagine how that turned out. Dark went for a big 2.5 base all-in, went for a German taxi, and he was able to break Classic and kill him. That's what happened on Whispers of Gold. But now we're leading into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Green Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if we can force the ace match. It is a Classic. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Again, we are halfway through the series already, so I do apologize for that. Dark is favored. He does have a lead already, but I want to believe that Classic can make a series out of this. Want to believe we can get an ace match, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on the Protoss. So Classic is moving out. And Dark is setting up. So far, hatch into, I would imagine, gas pool. Standard setup here by Dark. And Classic will confirm. When it comes to the maps itself, I did allude to the build of choice that was chosen on Whispers of Gold, which does make plenty of sense. Whispers of Gold is a very aggressive map and known for all-ins, known for aggression. That's what Dark went for, and it's also what we expect him to go for here as well on Ley Lines. Ley Lines also one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Not as small, not as aggressive as Whispers of Gold, that is true, but still small enough. And with that, Dark, I would imagine, is going to be taking a more aggressive approach here. That's typically how he does approach this matchup. We very rarely get to see late game from Dark in ZVP. Not really what he's known for. Now though, settling in, getting his natural base, joining up. Once again, to reiterate, you may be curious, you may be thinking, oh, Dark is playing Zerg again. It's like, yes, Dark. He plays Zerg against Terran and against Protoss. He only plays Protoss against other Zerg players. Similarly to, Raynor and Clem and some of these other players, Eba as well, he does avoid the mirror matchup and plays Protoss. The question becomes, at what point does that become the standard? Like, at what point does it become standard where, like, everyone just stops playing mirror matchups and everyone just switches to Protoss, like, specifically for that purpose? Oh no, no, not like this. Ryung is gonna plummet. He's gonna, he's like, I just want to play TVT, and no one wants to play with him. No one. As of now, taking a third base on the way, joining up, getting to our link speed, pulling out a gas, keeping one in, so we can work towards either a +1 Evo chamber, a +1 melee with an Evo chamber, or maybe even an earlier lair. Keep an eye on Dark. As Edep does poke in. And it's going to be forced back. Ooh, meanwhile, Classic going for a Void Ray opener. Okay, you have my attention. Adept goes to Shade, gets one drone goes down. Can we get two? Ooh, barely not. Whew. And barely not towards the end. Just the one drone kill. Without the Void Ray, the goal, of course, is to hunt down all these Overlords, is to keep Dark in the dark. And behind this, we could see Classic try to rush into something like Lava Depths, can go into a second Stargate, or into standard play. Where are you taking us? Where are we headed? As the initial Overlord does go down. Likewise, chasing down the Lings as well. Classic getting his third. And we'll keep an eye on that tech, as he's going to be moving out to hunt down additional Overlords. Meanwhile, Dark, he pulls back. He's pulling back home. Spores are on the way. Queens are amassing as well. Dark is trying to secure himself to make sure he doesn't sustain too many losses. As an F commits, oh, they get one. One drone goes down. They barely don't quite get a second. They do for second, third drone as well. Not bad. 3 drone kills for an Adept. The Oracle barely gets away on 7 HP. Does pull out, does get away. Behind this, it's going to be a full 30 lair timing. Gases are being taken. Interesting, no Evo chamber. This is a lair before Evo chamber from Dark. Curious. Roach Warren's on the way. So Dark getting to safety roaches. Forward towards the main. Double Oracle rotating over towards that natural. See if Dark can keep up. So far, doing well. So enjoy the Void Ray. Oracles, they dip in, they get one, they get two, three. Three drones. Three drones, and they can back up from here. They should. As they don't want to stick around. And what is that lair for? It's a German taxi. Time to load everyone up here. We have Overlord Speed on the way. This is lined up for Dropper-Lords. The Dropper-Lords are going to be amassing here. It's going to be Lings, Roaches, Queens as well. Now we see the purpose of the lack of Evo Chamber and the faster lair. And here they come. Here comes that German taxi. Back at home, Classic is working towards +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up out of Classic, which means he needs more time, which means the all-in should hit before these upgrades finish. So Blink and +1, they're not going to be a factor. They're not going to be a factor in this defense. The Void Ray is distracted, which means, yeah, the Drop Lords move out. Classic, he confirms. He does spot this, does confirm. Ideally, he wants to try to force the unload ahead of time. Is bringing everything together. Shield batteries are on the way. Okay, 2 cannons, 1 shield battery. Dark, going to be committing. Here come the Queens. Does blow with the Drop Lords, getting a lot of hold damage on that Void Ray. First Ravager's almost done. The Queens are getting low. Sorry, the Drop Lords, I mean. Nice force fields locking down the Queens. And the Queens are locked down. The Ravagers are stuck behind, but they do break through. Some decent force fields once again, looking down the Lings, but it may still just be too much. I say that the cannon dishing out a lot of damage to the back line. Lings are running out. And Classic, can he barely hold on? It does lose his Oracles. Oracles go down. Queens are getting low. More Stalkers are warping in. Blink is done. And Blink is now done. +1 almost as well. And Classic is holding. He's holding on. Dark unrelenting though, flooding more Lings across the map. But Dark, he cannot break through. Not able to break through. He's going to be forced back. And this is not enough damage. Dark, he's in a rough position. He's down in economy, down in tech, down in upgrades, down in everything. He had to do more damage, and he couldn't. Again, the force fields were beautiful from Classic when it came to looking down initially the Queens, and then zoning away the Lings thereafter. Dark force further back. Now, what's important here? Dark has a 4th base just for Larva. Dark, he is not fully saturating his 3rd. He's not taking his gases. Dark is not droning. He is not droning up. He threw down a Hydrogen. He starts upgrades, and he's still making more units. Like Dark, he is still very much so all in. He's only just now making 4 drones, but very late saturation for Dark. And things are looking bleak for the Zerg player. The soup does lie. The supply looks close, but really it's more heavily in favor of Classic. The Drop Lord goes down. Queens, they get caught out as well. Brutal pickups. Losing all 3 Queens. Remember, the supply for Dark is inflated because of the Roaches and the Ravagers. Speaking of Ravagers, they get targeted down. And Dark is losing everything. Just losing everything at this point. Diving on the army. Looks down the Roaches. And Classic is snowballing out of control. The Ling reinforcements will shut this down, though. They get a decent surround. They lock down the Stalkers. Okay, Dark, he's gonna hold. Oh god, oh god. Losing a Hydra in the process. Cashes out more Stalkers, but the reinforcements have arrived. And yeah, Classic, he's gonna overwhelm Dark. He's a holding. GG gets called. And Classic ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG will play. Classic does tie things up, and now we're going all the way to the ace match. Oh. Alright, going to the ace match here. Beautiful. And we'll see how this story ends. As we're loading into a much larger map this time, we're going to be loading into Frostline. Let's go. Again, Classic was able to shut down the all-in just in time. Or survive, I should say. as I do think that a lot of it did come down to those force fields. And likewise, Classic was at least able to scout it in the center of the map, so he had some precious seconds to get ready and to prepare with those cannons and shield batteries. Was able to do so. That leads us into game 3. Now, Frost Sign is going to be an interesting one. I do not expect this build again. I alluded to it earlier, but we did actually see the same build in Game 1 on Whispers of Gold. I mean, we didn't see it, but it did occur off stream. I would imagine Dark has something different up his sleeve this time, but we'll see. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frost Sign, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Classic. Here we go. So far we have our standard openers, and of course welcome one and all to Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps of the map, that is true, but also known for aggression as well. We have very exposed third and fourth bases. Because of that, we see a lot of a 3-base aggression be quite successful. Emphasis on 3-base play, where you get up to around 66 drones, potentially up to 72 at most, 72 workers at most, which is like 3.5 base saturation with the fourth, but basically just building up towards that kind of worker count and committing across the map with Ling Hydra or Ling Roach Ravager. It's what I assume we're going to be seeing here out of Dark, but we'll see. We'll see. Apparently Dark has been very fond of those German taxi builds, of going for these big Roach Queen all-ins with Ling reinforcements. But I don't expect to see that 3 games in a row is the problem. Like, wait, we saw that in Game 1 and in Game 2. I don't see that happening here in Game 3 again. And really, that's why it works. True. Like, you know, your opponent, they're not going to expect you to do the same build 3 games in a row, right? Caribbean. As the probe does tase away at the workers, just being an annoyance. Oh. As the drone gets very low, does force an overreaction out of Dark. He now transfers over towards the low ground. Behind this, ooh, Twilight Council opener. My eyes were on Dark when really they should have been on Classic. It's going to be a Twilight Council here into what exactly? Do we go for Glaive Adepts? Do we go for Dark Templar? Do we do something crazy and go into charge? We'll keep it on the gases. Now I'm leaning towards either Glaives or DTs. Pulls out of gas, Glaive Adepts. So we have 2 and 2. Typically, this is indicative of Glaive Adepts, as it is a little bit less gas intensive than a Dark Templar, for example, or than a Dark Shrine and DTs. Now, what I find most intriguing here is, okay, there we go. I was waiting for the Robo. Waiting for the Robo. So it should just be 4-gate Glaive Adepts here into a 3rd base, into an expansion. Gateways are being thrown down. We're waiting for the upgrade to commence. So it is, there's that Glaives. As we mentioned again, like pulling out of gas is the tell for this build. If you stay in gas, then it should be Dark Templar. Now, this is an aggressive start, that is true. Very aggressive here out of Classic, but it is not all in. Bear that in mind. Not all in is aggressive. So gets across the map, gets 1 drone. 1 worker falls. This is designed to get damage, that is true, but not to end the game. From here, Classic can expand. He can get a 3rd base. He can go into Immortal production as well to survive the Roach counterattack. There are plenty of ways to transition out of this. As Ling Zay threaten the dive. War Prism has arrived. And Classic is making his way across the map. I'll zoom across. Lings, they're checking the expansion. Lings, they find the prism. Roach Warren's halfway done. Adepts are revealed. More Adepts on the way. And Dark, ideally, oh, he doesn't have SimCity. I mean, it's a very large entry point towards the natural anyway. But there is no attempted wall. So Adepts, they can shade wherever they so please. Where are we headed? And so there we go. We have 4 more Adepts warping in. Classic pushing forward. Shading into the mineral line. Does commit. A drone's going to be going down. So far, so good. Getting 3 drones. Gets 3 workers. Takes down the Spore. Pulling back. Shading into the main. Adepts at the 3rd base. So far, all the bases under fire. Does commit. Does get surrounded. Oh, that was a bit of a rough shade. The Adepts should clean this up. But Adepts are going down. Despite that, they break through. 4 drones already. Shading back over, catching more, getting up to 5 worker kills. This is okay damage. We're hoping for a little bit more. Behind this, immortal production has begun. Remember, this is merely only phase 1 of the build. As it's gotten 5 workers. Shaves off all the Lings. Can he get the expansion? Uh-oh. Got more volleys. There's a transfuse. Transfuse goes off, saves the base. Classic should be expanding. Shades into natural. Oh, he gets in the mineral line. Ah, he gets the mineral line. Late to react. Dark losing far too much here. 6 more drones going down. This is the damage Classic was hoping for. As he's pulling Dark apart. This is too much. That's 15 drone kills. GG gets called. That is game-ending damage. And Classic will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Just far too much damage towards the end. Initially losing 5, 6, 7 drones. That was okay. That was acceptable losses. But we got up to 15 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Far too much there. And with that, the game does conclude. GG, congratulations. Classic will advance on into next round. Dark, my condolences. He is knocked out of the tournament. Unfortunately, he was late to pull away. He was late to react to the shades of the Adepts. Likewise, he could not stem the tide, and he could not attempt to delay the Adepts, or he couldn't try to delay the shades, as there was no SimCity either. So he was pulled apart then and there. GG. Behind it, Classic was working on that next step. Classic was building up Immortals. Classic was expanding, getting a 3rd base. Classic was working on, his further game, is a longer game. But Dark, he fell in the early game. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Classic will advance on into the next round. And let's find out where we're headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look back yourselves. Let's go. As we switch on over. And we have our first semifinals. We have our semifinals here. And we have GuMiho. GuMiho takes down Nickcrack 2-0. GuMiho, he's going to be facing off against Classic in the semifinals. But we have our players. We do need Wardy to continue. And I believe Wardy is mid-series. Let's double check this. Let us see. Wardy, he is actually mid-series in Clem versus ShoWTimE. So we are going to be waiting. We're going to be waiting for Clem versus ShoWTimE to conclude. Once that wraps up, then we'll be jumping into GuMiho versus Classic. That is the plan. Meanwhile, Kira and Geralt, they're taking their time. Kira versus Geralt is still ongoing. Winner goes up against herO. Winner goes into the winner of Clem and ShoWTimE. So lower portion of the bracket is still ongoing, still taking a little bit longer here. But as I mentioned, Wardy, he's covering Clem versus ShoWTimE, and we will be following that. Once that concludes, we'll be going into GuMiho versus Classic. Technically, so right now Clem is up 1-0. Clem is up 1-0 versus ShoWTimE. Technically, if ShoWTimE wins this game, then there's going to be an ace match. So it might be worth going to the European server, because we don't want to get left behind. True. Yeah. Let him know. We'll let them know. Okay, beautiful. All right, so we're heading over to the European region. We're heading over to the land of Europa, and we might be able to get the ace match of ShoWTimE versus Clem if they go all the way to game 3. Let us set that up. Let us set that up and get things going. Beautiful. Otherwise, we're going to be heading over to the Korean server for GuMiho vs Classic. For now, we're going to be going on a break. We do have some downtime here for you. I do apologize for all the downtime, but you know, we're still waiting for some of these matches to wrap up. We'll be back soon in a couple of minutes with our next series with either the ace between Clem and ShoWTimE or GuMiho vs Classic. It's all about the TVPs. Also, we just got an update. Geralt to mate, what's the ups? That's crazy. Geralt takes down Q 2-0. That's insane. Big win. Big result there for Geralt, by the way. Does bring him down 2-0. And with that, Geralt, he's now up against herO in the next round. Big win for Geralt. But yeah, so now we're going to be going on a break. We'll be back soon with our next series. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we've returned with the semi-finals of the WardiTV Monday number 20. We have our TVP, and our first of many, actually, and spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Red Protoss player. Red Protoss from South Korea. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. It is GuMiho. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is the semi-finals, and we are here to determine our first of two players to make it through into the grand finals. In the lower portion of the bracket, Clem took down ShoWTimE 2-0. Clem is waiting for the winner of either herO or Geralt, as Cure, a massive upset occurred. Cure went down to Geralt. Crazy win, crazy result from the Polish Protoss player, and that means we have a TVP confirmed for both semifinals. Let's go. It's all about that Terran and Protoss action. For now, we do have our standard openers here. We have something economic out of GuMiho, single gas, so going for a Rax into expansion. Economic start from our Terran player. Meanwhile, Classic, likewise, just going for a Gate Cyber expand. Back at home, standard play. There is that cyber core. So it's settling in. GuMiho, he is known for being a little bit more unorthodox in this matchup, for being more aggressive, more assertive, even going for his own styles like Mech, for example, against Protoss, is more than willing to embrace that. Can be very difficult and very difficult to keep up with as a result, as he can be a very kind of tricky player here. Not necessarily the most standard. So it's going to be on Classic to keep up. With GuMiho. So far, though, that probe getting a lot of damage done. The SV taking a lot of hits. Ooh, does pull away. Oh, no. Does pull away, but that's going to be a big delay here on the command center. The Reaper has arrived. Oh, he wants it. He wants the SCV. Oh, won't get it. Whoa, barely not. Oh, my God. Barely won't quite get it. The SCV barely does survive. With that, GuMiho moves out to scouts. And we'll see if Classic likewise moves out. He should be keeping up, though, with the Reaper. Should be staying back at home. Should be keeping up initially with the Reaper before moving out. Likewise, we have our tech of choice going for a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink, I would imagine. And we're settling in. Calming things down. We're settling in. Reaper is being zoned away. Cyclone is in production. Oh. And so far it does get the Marine. Marine goes down. Oh, getting an SCV as well. Not bad. Gets the SCV, gets the Marine. We'll lose the Adept. Can we delay even further? We cannot. The CC will complete. Will complete in time. Just before the Adept arrives. And with that, GuMiho holds. Does hold on. Even punishes that second Adept. Ooh, brutal pick off. Two Adepts going down. Better trade for GuMiho. GuMiho is gain map control, moving up for a counterattack. Behind this, second Cyclone is on the way. Second Rax as well. That is a second Rax before the starport, which means we could be seeing a third Rax before the starport as well, which means this could be turning into a 2-base all-in. So hyper aggression here out of GuMiho. Does rally across the map, making his way towards that natural. The boys are being pulled, and no shield battery, and just the one unit to defend. Classic, he abandons that natural. Again, he knows how difficult it's going to be to hold on. Pulls back in. Stalker has arrived. Whew. And Classic, he should be able to buy time and hold on. Meanwhile, GuMiho waiting for reinforcements. Second Cyclone has arrived. Those Locons can be brutal. Warp Gate is done. Oh. Locon gets broken. Breaks the Locon. Oh, the first Cyclone is going to go down, though. Does trade 1-for-1. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. Stalkers are very low. GuMiho going to be forced back. Still trying to rally in. But so far, Classic is shuffling his Stalkers well. Barely does shuffle them. He barely saves the Stalkers as well. Very nice hold. Classic, he will shut this down once again, breaking the lock-on. And GuMiho, ideally, this would have been like, what, 3 Stalker kills? Like, this would have been 3 Stalkers going down, 2 Stalkers left, and then GuMiho can just overwhelm. But Classic, thankfully, with the counter micro, with the micro of his own, was able to survive, deflect, and push him back. Whew, here we go. As Classic does move out across the map. Now he has gained map control. Blink is now done as well. Oh, we'll lose the Stalker. Bit of miscontrol there from Classic, not expecting the tank. Tank shot goes off. Starport is now on the way. This is a actually 2-1-1 setup. I assumed it was going to be a third Rax first, but no, that is a Starport before the third Rax. Interesting. Now I'm a little bit... yeah, now I'm curious as to what this kind of leads into. Now with this 2-on-1, Stim is done, of course. Stim is done, but we are waiting for medevacs. Once the medevacs arrive, then GuMiho can start moving out, and we'll see how committed he's going to be here. There's that third Rax, but again, the third Rax is delayed. Plus one attack is on the way, so we can still hit a time with +1 Stim and combat shields. So as they commit, they get punched by the Stim. Yeah, Stim is done. One tank goes down. Army does dive forward. Oof. And takes down, what, 3 Stalkers. So GuMiho is able to punish. Gets another Stalker. Aye. Well, 7 Stalkers, 1 adept for 1 tank and a Cyclone. Better trade for GuMiho. Did lose a tank, that is true, but he completely shut down the Stalker army. That's going for his own counterattack. Back at home, third TC has begun. He is not going for an all-in. Is building up. Oh no! Oh Jesus! GuMiho, he almost gets caught. Gets the hell out of there. Cyclone into the middle line. Gets 1 probe. Just the one. Just the 1 probe kill. That's Classic. He holds. Across the map, GuMiho building up. Getting his third CC. And gearing up towards a longer game state. As it all settles, a Classic is taking up into his own splash damage. The Bay is done, working towards Colossus production. Charge, I believe, yep, already done as well. So going for a gateway army with Colossus. Not rushing into Storm. Into a more standard composition. Now, because of all those dead Stalkers in the lead up to this kind of game state, 9 Stalkers went down. It does mean that the Colossus is going to be that much more exposed. There's that much less to protect the Colossus. That could be a factor coming into this as GuMiho is going for the third. And Classic out of position. He just now spots the army. Tanks do siege. GuMiho, he stims in, takes down the pylons, and he's going for the base itself. We'll see if he can get it. Yeah, he will. Ooh, that is a cancel. Does deny the third. Classic being pinned back. GuMiho pulls away. Does pull away. Classic trying to keep up, but last unable to. As he does rally across the map. So far, GuMiho, he has the high ground. The tanks, they do siege up. They're going to be sieging. And GuMiho, he should be secure. Should be secure here. God damn it. As GuMiho, he eBay blocks the 4th base. I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen that before. I mean, it works. I mean, he forces the 4th to be towards the top side instead and does delay it. Okay, GuMiho. I see you. Legit, I don't think I've seen an E-Wave block of the 4th before. Okay, I'm ready. I'm locked in. GuMiho back at home, going for the 2nd starport. Going for his 2-port setup into Mass Viking. Armory on the way. Oh, GuMiho trying to keep up with the rotations. Gonna be a little bit late to siege though. Gonna be late to siege. Tank Boy's going off towards the end. Viking goes down. I'll say a better trade for Classic, getting some swipes off on the bio. Black White Celeron is cleaned up. Army dives in once again. Tanks are on siege. One goes down. The other should as well. The Colossus are falling though. Getting one. Can GuMiho stim forward? Can he catch that final Colossus? Not quite. Yeah, the army's being thinned out. Reinforcements have arrived. Marauders coming in to deal with the Zealots though. a very chaotic fight here. Classic barely gets out and did lose, or his Colossus count was cut in half. Second Colossus has arrived. And mainly bleeding out Zealot there. That was 29 Zealots going down. And he caught 2 tanks. Classic, he retreats, he rotates. GuMiho in position to once again deny the expansion. This time Classic is ready for it. Classic is right towards the south. What about towards the north? Drop is moving in. Zal run back towards the natural. Reinforcements in position. And there's that recall. Ooh. Prism goes down. Denies the warp in. GuMiho, he defends. Does force that recall. And GuMiho now can move out. Can move out. The observer is letting Classic know about the rotation. He spots the Mevax moving towards the top side. Classic's keeping up. Likewise expanding towards the GuMiho. Moving in. He's moving in, spots the base. That's what he wants, and there it is. He cancels the 5th. At the same time, though, ooh, nothing at home to defend. So Runback getting a lot done. Catching out some of these depots, denies mining time. Reinforcements will deal with this. Again, a rough trade here for GuMiho. Losing 4 SCVs, losing 4 depots. Another SCV goes down, and Jesus, we've built up to 4 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossus. Getting up to 4, disruptor production has begun, making 2 at a time. Classic, his army is becoming overwhelming. His army just getting more and more refined. Meanwhile, the Zealot harass continues. Warping in the depths. And Halassi's barely out of range of the planetary, forcing a big response. Main army's pushing to the center. Zal dropping into the natural. GuMiho getting pulled apart. And he's losing too much. A lot of SCVs going down. 12 SCV kills. Prism into the main army towards the 4th. GuMiho is trying to keep up. That's 15, 16, 17 SCVs going down. It's being pulled apart. The Novas. Novas say one of them connects. One of them does connect. The 4 Colossus going ham on the army. They have no support though. GuMiho sims in. He gets 1, he gets 2. Takes down 2 Colossus. He'll get all 3. He'll get all 4. Assuming he's going to get the final Colossus up. Barely gets 1. There's 1 left. It's so close. He will get it. Resets the army. But GuMiho, he lost 29 SCVs. His economy's in the gutter here. He's all in. GuMiho is completely all in. And he has to send everything across the map. He has to rally. Classic did lose his army in the process, but Classic time is on his side. As time goes on, he can reinforce, he can warp in. He's making 2 Colossus as we speak. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Classic. And GuMiho should be aware of that. He needs to push out here and now, before Classic rebuilds those Colossus. This first Nova. Nova goes up. Ooh, denies a Nova. Just very clutch target firing at a GuMiho. Uh-oh. Very clutch, stims in. Zealot clash into the army. Colossus on the way, but GuMiho, he breaks through. He does it. He breaks through the main force, takes down the expansion. Classic being a little bit too cavalier here, fighting ahead of time. The Colossus are exposed. Massive EMP goes up, and GuMiho, he does it with the all-in. He's forced into it. He rallies on across the map, takes down the Colossus. As a desperation warp in. Zealot will buy time. EMP goes up. GuMiho, he's so close to breaking Classic. There goes. Oh my god. Clutch pickup, saves 1. Breaks through the Zealots. We have more warpins coming in. Classic warping in 6 Zealots at a time. GuMiho, he needs his reinforcements. He gets the expansion. Base goes down. And GuMiho, I think he's done it. There's no more power units. There's no Immortals, no Colossus, no Disruptors. There's nothing on the way for those Robos. Only gateway units. And they're not going to scale well. Just straight up. They need something behind them. And there's nothing. Mazella can do well, but not against this heavy of a bio army. There are force fields. True. There are force fields. Josh gets baited out. There's that force field. GuMiho, he picks up, gets over to the other side. The Zealots, they cannot engage. The force field's working against the Protoss. Got a couple of feedbacks. Boys being rallied in, denies the warp in, and the Stalkers on their own, they're so fragile. GG gets called, and GuMiho, he does it. He takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, GuMiho. It was a clutch hold initially. He did reset the army, but he lost everything. He lost, what is it, 39 SCVs going down. He had lost his economy. He was completely all in. He had to end the game with that push, and he barely did. It was so close, so clutch. He was able to snipe those disruptors before the Novas went off. He was able to dive on top of the Colossus as well before they had any support. Very, very last-second decision, or very, I should say, crisp decisions there for GuMiho, as he was able to break through, overwhelm, and take game 1. Whew. Does take game number 1. And now we're getting into game number 2. GG. GG, well played. Getting into game 2. Again, it was one and done there for GuMiho. Like, he had nothing else behind him. If he had been more passive, then Classic overwhelms. So there was a lot of urgency on GuMiho, or behind GuMiho there, to end the game, and he did. Pulled it off. GG. GG, well played. GuMiho takes a lead, and now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the red Protoss player down in the series. He needs your help. He needs your support to force the ace match. It is a Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. Blue Terran from South Korea leading the series 1-0. It is GuMiho. We go. Hello, GuMiho. What's going on? We're not scouting. SE moves out across the map. My eyes are on GuMiho, and there it is, a proxy racks. We are setting up for our proxy here. Outside of the third of Classic. Gas is on the way. I'm curious if we're going to be opening up 2 racks, one proxied and one back at home. And we'll see if GuMiho is just planning to open up with Reapers or with something more sinister here. Based on the double gas follow-up here, I'm expecting Reaper production out of GuMiho. We'll see as he's gearing up. And this is not all in, bear that in mind. GuMiho is not going for like a proxy 2 racks or proxy 3 racks or like a 1-1-1 setup. Assuming he doesn't proxy a factory. I'm making that assumption. Tech Lab is on the way, and the SCV is going to turn back around. Okay. So just Proxy Marauder. Proxy Marauder out of GuMiho. Into his factory back at home. There's no 2 racks here. And this can get a lot done. With Proxy Marauder, you can, of course, catch the initial gateway units. You can knock down the pylon. You can overwhelm and wreak havoc, of course. We'll see. As ideally, you do want to bank up those Marauders. As it looks like GuMiho, he is not going to be taking up into Concussive Shell. Okay. Oh, no. Never mind. There it is. Concussive Shell on the way. He should be backing up. Doesn't want to pull the trigger too soon. Likewise, Classic is in the dark. Classic does not probe scout. He did check the 3rd location, true, but did not get across the map. Otherwise, he would be aware. Here come the Hellion reinforcements. Okay, we're rallying across the map. These Hellions are going to be ideal. Marauders, they can struggle against boys. Like, I'm referring to when probes are being pulled, they can really struggle as the attack rate of the Marauders is quite low. But the Hellions will help out with that. And here we go. Marauders have arrived. They're going for the pylon. Bunkers on the way. The pylon should go down, which means no shield battery. Stalker has arrived. The boys are being pulled. We spoke about this. SCV is going to go down. Nice pickoff. The bunker is denied. The Hellion might just be a little bit too late. Oh, Tosh shuts down the probes. One Stalker goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. It should get both. Both Stalkers will fall. Ooh, does lose another Marauder though. Yeah, that was a big loss for GuMiho. Does take control of the natural, though. Still takes control, and he's all in. He's just one base all in. He is not expanding behind this. Oh, my apologies. It looks like he's thinking about expanding. But he's so committed. Rallying more across the map. The Cyclone, the Marauders, Shield Battery is done. The Pylon did not fall. Oh, can he catch the Stalker? Up! Up! Can he get it? Oh my god. The Shield Battery out heals. But only for so long. There's the NG overcharge. Classic holds. Wow, clutch overcharge there from Classic. He holds on. And GuMiho, this natural base is heavily delayed. This had to get more done. Oh, can he catch the Void Ray though? True. Void Ray is targeted. Cyclone should bring... Oh no, the lock-on gets broken. Classic breaks the lock-on, pulls back. And now we can settle it. And GuMiho's in a really rough place. GuMiho, he's floating back home. He has some Cyclones, true. These Cyclones do have potential to get damage done, but he's just so far behind here when it comes to the base count, when it comes to producing workers. Classic back at home, getting fully saturated. Third Void Rays on the way. I'm loving the commitment into early Void Ray production. Now, Void Rays, they do not scale well. They do not scale well into a longer game whatsoever. But if you believe you're being all in, then Void Rays, they can keep you alive. So really safe play at a Classic. Make sure he doesn't just topple over. And from here, Classic can now saturate and tech up as well. Twilight Council's on the way. That's the one downside of Classic setup here, is that the Twilight Council was late because of the Stargate opener, and the Stargate opener isn't really designed to get any harassing damage just because there's no Phoenixes or Oracles. Because of the commitment to Void Rays, again, this is designed to defend, not really to get much done across the map. I say that, I might have to eat my words. We'll see if Classic can get some damage done here at the natural. Can he reset the Cyclone count? That's still 3 Cyclones though. Oh, and a turret as well. Ooh, tank shot going up. Yeah, Stalkers, they're being thrown away. Ooh, 2 Stalkers going down. Big losses here for Classic. But he does dive on those Cyclones. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets all 3. Oh my god, barely gets all 3. Will lose 1 Void Ray, but he has control of the sky. And nothing else shoots up. There was no turret. There was only a turret at the natural. Whew. SCVs are going down. Void Rays, they bust in. Void Rays getting low. Nice kiting. Does kite back. Oh my god, the Void Ray getting so incredibly low. Has to pull away. And this is too much. GG gets called. Ooh, Classic takes control of the main base, and Classic ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Hi. GG, well played. Very nice punish there out of Classic. I was really, my biggest concern was I believed there was a turret in the main. I thought there was a turret in the main base. So when I saw the Cyclones rally back into the main, I thought they were going for a safety turret. Alas, there was no turret in the main base. And we saw, and we were able to see Classic dive on those Cyclones, focus them down, take over the main, take over the Marines. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Going all the way to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. See how this story ends. As it looks like the lower semifinals has, the lower quarterfinals has concluded. Geralt did fall to herO. herO gets a 2-0 over Geralt, and herO versus Clem is going to be up next after this series. Here we go. That is the plan. Here's the plan. So we have 4 matches left. We have this series, we have the lower semis, we have the grand finals, and then we have a special cast of a round of 16 match. That'll be after the finals. For now though, here we go. We are settling in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss tying up the series 1-1, being able to punish and overwhelm and just seize that opportunity given. It's beautiful. It is a classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, being forced into a tied-up series. Can he bring it back? It is GuMiho. Here we go. As ClanKy is scouting, he's checking for a proxy. Don't blame him, especially after what happened last game. He is scouting for the common and proxy locations to make sure there is no racks out on the map before moving out. Speaking of, hello, Mr. SCV. You shouldn't be here. GuMiho does move out with a worker, and we are setting up for a proxy. Now, we have the initial racks at home. I'm curious, are we getting ready here for... It does feel early to set up for a proxy starport. But that would make the most sense here. As it is going to be actually single gas. Proxy factory. Okay. I mean, that makes sense here when it comes to how this is lined up. So racks into factory. Classic, based on what he's seen, I believe he did see the gas. He saw the lack of second gas. But he's going to be locked out of the main. He's zoned away. And GuMiho, what do you have in store for us? Are we going for a proxy factory into proxy starport? Into like a drop into the main? Or do we have something else? I'm like, my brain is going all the way to Dolan right now. Oh, no, he's got no shot. He sees, he scouts. He spots the factory. Big scout here for Classic. Is going to be heli in production. The probe is under fire. Marine should shut this down. The probe should survive. Ooh, just barely. Say probe. SCV survives, what I meant to say. So the SCV does survive, just barely. And GuMiho, he pulls back. He doesn't commit to a further proxy. I'm pretty sure he intended to go for a proxy starport, but because his location got scouted, he abandons the proxy. Does abandon, does race back home, and Classic, he shuts it down. So a rough start for GuMiho, very rough start. He's now going into Widowine production. Stalker is here to shut him down. Does check for a starport. You can see here Classic is making sure that there is no greater commitment. So add-ons, no starport. Anyway, Hellion does slip into the main. Does slip in. And gets a probe. Not bad, gets one. Ooh, gets two. Two probes for a Hellion. Not the worst trade here for GuMiho. The worst. Widowmine scuttles away. Starport is done. Getting into the initial Oracle. GuMiho going for his own 3-1-1 setup. And then Menevic has arrived. And again, the pressure is on GuMiho to get some damage done. He's going for the main. Headed towards the main base. He's spotted! He's spotted here by Classic. Woodbine jumps in. Last pulsar beam gets activated. Marines are going to be focused down. So far, good pickups here by Classic. Oh my god. Takes down how many Marines? Three. Three Marines go down. GuMiho is forced back. He's forced out. So nice setup. Woodbine waddling in. Gets a Stalker. Nice pickup. Does go down, but a Stalker is a good trade. GuMiho dropping in towards that natural. Classic moves out. Back at home. What is it to defend? There's the Oracle. Is that enough? Gets a probe. Forces back the probe. Forces back the workers. Forces back the mineral line. Phoenix has arrived. Classic trading across the map. Once again, catching up Marines. Does catch out the Marines, hunting down the medevac itself. And there's no escape. There's no escaping this. Not against the Phoenix. Ooh. And Classic, he's gained map control. Does strip away from GuMiho. GuMiho getting desperate. Continues drop play. Remember, he has no stim. It's just vanilla Marines and a couple of Marauders. It means he has that much less to defend. SCVs are going down. Oracle gets away. And both of them do. Ooh, I spoke too soon. The low HP Oracle gets away. The other gets hunted down. Drop has arrived. Classic here responds. Does respond. Oh, catching out the medevac. Boost is on cooldown. Not like this. Not like this. The medevac is going to fall. Oof. Brutal pickup. And these are some rough losses for GuMiho. He's lost a lot already here. Checking the units lost tab. He's lost 2 medevacs. He's lost 2 marauders, 11 marines, the Widowmine, of course, 5 SCVs. The problem with that's occurring here doesn't sound like a lot, but this is what GuMiho is meant to be building up to eventually break out. Now he has that much less to work with. His army is significantly smaller than what it should be. Likewise, without those medevacs, he's going to be pinned back at home. He has to wait for them to be rebuilt. And he just keeps going. He just keeps going. Give this man some medevacs and he'll send them across the map. No fear. As he moves out, classic. Ooh, threatens to dive. He should notice, though, that something's wrong. The army is missing. The army could be at the natural. But as we know, it's across the map. Classic is turning back around. You can see, yeah, he's hunting for those medevacs. There's that scan. No shield battery. And no setup. Pylon goes down. Classic out of position. And probes are under fire. Very nice drop here by GuMiho. This is what he needed. Getting 7 probes. Stalkers will shut this down. Oh, did I speak too soon, though? That was a bold blink. Losing 3 Stalkers. Losing 3 Stalkers and the Oracle. 4 Stalkers go down. Alongside 8 probes. This time GuMiho, he traded. Did lose everything, but he did trade against the economy and against the army. He got something for his troubles. Was it enough? Was it enough? GuMiho getting a 3rd CC. Colossus production has begun for Classic. Has begun. So let's catch the Observer. Observer goes down. GuMiho getting his 3rd. And throughout all this, Classic is building up his army, building up his Colossus gun. He's got 1, soon to be 2. Classic, I want to say, is ahead. Is ahead. And we'll see what he does with that lead. He spots the army. Remember, there's no tanks. Does Classic have enough to break this location? Ooh, as GuMiho is going for another drop. Classic, he spotted the drop with the Observer. So he's getting in position. GuMiho, he doesn't commit. Baking out his opponent. Likewise, 2nd Colossus has arrived. Classic moving forward. Catches the Widowmine. As it tell that there's an Observer in position. Oh, very nice force field. Oh my god, force field locks down the army. He zones away the SCVs, no repair. Scan missed the Observer. GG gets called as there's nothing to stop Classic. And Classic, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he will take the series. He will advance on into those finals. My condolences to GuMiho, but again, GuMiho, he was very aggressive and as a result very wasteful here in game number 3. We saw him commit. It was unfortunate he got scattered early on, so he did have to kind of like pivot away from his initial proxy build. He was going to drop play, and every time he got a medevac he just sent whatever he could across the map, but it was not worth it. He lost far too much in the process. Towards the end, that is true, they did get some damage done, but alas, not quite enough. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Classic advances on. And now we are getting ready here for the lower semi-finals. Bam. As you can see, we have a fresh best of 3 ready for you. It's going to be a best of 3 between Clem and herO. Again, Classic is waiting for either of these 2 players. Who's it going to be? Here we go. Just making sure we get everyone involved. The Vitas are done. Yo, shout out to herO. herO is casting as well. Let's go. Here, he was questioning herO. He's like, why are you here? herO's like, I'm casting. Like, oh, okay, okay. Okay. But yeah, for now, it looks like we might have a small break. It looks like we have a very small break here. We're waiting for our players to get things ready. And when we come back, we'll have Clem versus herO. So take this time, quickly get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain the disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with herO versus Clem. It's going to be a banger, Pat. It's going to be a banger. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Again, hope you enjoy that very short break as we have our players and we are jumping into the semifinals of the WardiTV Monday number 20. We have our top 2, we have our top 4 players, I should say. And we are here to determine which of these 2 will make it to those grand finals. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Clem. Here we go, the reigning world champion, the best player in the world, up against the best Protoss in South Korea, potentially the world as well. There's a lot of hype around both herO and MaxPax. herO, of course, excelling in Master Colosseum, and MaxPax excelling in Little League Cup as well. Both have been looking good, but alas, you know, incorrect. we'll get to that. We'll get to MaxPax's matches later on. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We'll get there. For now, though, we're settling in. For now, we are going to be settling in. And my eyes are going to be on herO coming into this. herO, he's typically a more aggressive and assertive player in this matchup, as he is checking for proxies, making sure he doesn't get caught off guard. Clem, he is known for proxy marauder, so wants to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard or caught by any shenanigans. Likewise, before I forget, if you're in the chat, you know what you know what time it is, Pappy. It's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Coming into this, Clem is the favorite player. That is true. He is the favorite player. herO has defeated Clem, has taken maps and taken series from time to time, but it's more like a 60-40 sort of kind of split that they have between each other. So still in favor of Clem. We'll see if herO can bring him down this week. We'll see if he can do it. As you can see, herO is still scouting for proxies. Very adamant. Doesn't want to get caught with his pants down. Doesn't want to get cheesed out. As Clem is going to be opening up double gas. Interesting. Double gas opener into a faster factory. Delayed TC out of Clem. And he's going Reactor Reaper. Okay. Very aggressive here. And he's not stopping, so he's committing here into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Now, the goal is to bust into a mineral line. Is to break through and get some economic damage done. We'll see if Clem can pop off. As he's waiting for his reinforcements, waiting for the next wave of Hellion Reaper, checking for proxies, checking for pylons. Likewise, making sure that herO is not cheesing him out as well. Back at home is going to be a Twilight Council here as their tech of choice. Twilight Council by herO. Getting into Blink. Question becomes, how many gateways, how many Blink Stalkers? Clem, he does move out. He's got 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions. Behind this, now transitioning out into his tech lab, into his marine production. And we'll see if he can break through. Safari dives on the initial Adept. Adept goes down. Stalkers are exposed. Nice control. Oh, does lose one of those Hellions, though. Yeah, 1, 2 Hellions going down. The shield battery's not ready. And without that shield battery, Clem, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Pylon just outdone. Boys are being pulled. Boys are falling as well. Clem trading well. Chases down the Stalker. Massive pickoff. 1 Reaper left. And he shouldn't get much more done. But does get a full scout. Confirms the Twilight Council, the research, the gateway count as well. Clem should be feeling pretty comfortable. Didn't get the economic damage he was hoping for, but he traded nonetheless. There was 2 Hellions, 4 Reapers for 3 Stalkers, 2 Probes, and an Adept. Not the worst trade from Clem, and back at home is getting ready for the next stage. That next stage here, tank and Banshee production, hyper aggressive. Very aggressive here by Clem, even investing into Cloak. He's getting ready. He should be moving out with 2 Banshees. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. Detection is going to be required to defend. Here he rushed into a 3rd base. It's going to be 2 gate blink into a 3rd, into follow-up gates. I don't see a robo. Not yet. I don't see a robo. I don't see any detection. I feel like Clem, he needs to calm things down, though. He has yet to be scouted. He has to wait for Cloak. And, oh, he does scout, does confirm, and does spot the research. Robo's on the way, but the Banshee has arrived. Ooh, and this is going to be a lot of damage. There's Cloak and 0 detection. Probes are falling. There's a shield battery in the main, but herO, 1 base economy. He's stuck on a 1 base economy. Nothing at the natural, nothing at the 3rd. Stuck on 1 base. And he's going to be stuck here until the until the Observer arrives. Is trapped here in the main. Again, herO, he chose to delay the robo for a 3rd, and he gets punished for it. The punish is real. Robo is still not done, and this might just be game, because there's another Banshee. There's another Banshee coming in, and that's 8 probe kills already. Robo just now finishing. And the Banshee, I mean, could have gone into the main base for more probe kills, but we do see that here he plays it safe. He pulls away. Just now dipping back in. Gets 1 extra worker. And Clem, he gets out. Oh, God. He's still not done. There we go. Does get away, and in total that was 11 probes, 11 workers going down. I believe 2 of them went down initially to the Hellion Reaper, but still a very nice damage, and the Banshees are still alive. That's the problem here, they're still alive. And again, the reason why the Observer was so late and why the Robo was so late, because herO, he was cutting corners, he rushed into a faster 3rd. Did make the decision to do so, was punished for it. Was punished in the end. Clem gearing up and getting ready for his push. He should be moving out with Stim and combat shields. Upgrades are still on the way. Hallucination does confirm. Does confirm the production. Checking the vision here. I believe here he dives into the main base, going for the add-on. Going for combat shields. I'm sure he was hoping it was Blink. Sorry, I'm sure he was hoping it was Stim. The stim will complete. Clem setting up for the surround. And there's Stim. Yeah, Stim is outdone. There's the recall. Leaves that 1, 2, 3 stalkers. Oof. 3 stalkers do fall. And here comes the push. And I worry for herO. He doesn't really have much to work with. He has a handful of stalkers. He has 4. He has 4 stalkers. He has 1 immortal. He has a sentry. He has some force fields. Do we just pull the boys? No, we just expand. We just get a 3rd base. I mean, Clem could pull the boys with this. We're just landing his 3rd. And Clem, he might just have enough anyway. He might just have too much to handle. Tanks do siege. Ooh. Massive shots going up. And oh god, the shots, they continue. Again, Clem trying to bait the army out. Yeah, tank boys on the zealots. Trying to force friendly fire. Ooh. You can see Clem running out of bio. Gonna be forced back. As he's forced back, the Banshee slips in. Probe's gonna be going down. Is there any detection? There is. Thankfully, there is the observer. Banshee gets 4 probes. Clem retreats. Again, Clem, he was lacking bio, he was lacking Marines and Marauders, but now they're here. Clem, he can get ready for a 2nd wave. Doesn't have to be passive, he can just keep pushing. He retained those tanks. From the side of herO, the Bay just began. Without the Bay, without splash damage, herO, he cannot defend against this. It's just been a rough start. It's been a rough game here for herO. Once again, trying to slow this down. Zealots at the mineral line, as if he's going to be falling, but Clem, he doesn't care. But there's going to be 4 immortals. True. Here's a lot of immortals. Can trade well for themselves. Shield whatever goes down. We have a 5th immortal on the wave. He stims in, he gets 1. Takes out 1 immortal, gets 2. Gets 3. There's 1 left. 1 immortal remaining. Massive tank shots going off. Winter mines as well. Stealth run by as they continue. They delay some of the reinforcements, but Clem, he still has more than enough. Still has enough. Charge will say dive in. He gets 1 of the tanks. He gets 1. Oh, just the 1 though. And from here, Clem, he just overwhelms. Takes out everything. The stalkers, the zealots, the sentries, the immortals. Boys are being pulled, but there's nothing left. There's nothing left for herO. Just lost too much in the lead up to this game. In the lead up to this moment. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Clem. He will take a lead in the series. Again, a lot of it did come down to the early Banshee harass. The Hellion Reaper harass initially into the Banshees as well. It was just too much. It was game-ending damage then and there. We saw herO try to survive and try to tread water for as long as he could, but eventually was overwhelmed. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Clem will take lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Yeah, getting into that 2nd game. And we'll see if herO can force the ace match. The pressure is on. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming down in the series. Again, we'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. The red Terran from Land of France, representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. Here we go. Settling in. So we are going to be settling in. And again, the pressure is on herO. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is, of course, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Very large map. And known for longer macro games. But based on how Clem played out game 1 and based off of the tendencies of herO, I don't know if we're going to get some macro. Meanwhile, Gate Expand. More greedy opener here out of herO, going for a delayed Cybercore. But this makes sense on a larger map. So slightly more economic build here by the Protoss player. But really, it's the mid game where I'm going to be paying attention. Do we go for, once again, delayed Starport? Do we commit into early Reaper Hellion? Do we commit into early aggression? Who's the first to kind of take that step? That's what we're looking for. That's where we be. As do see Clem racing back. Oh, SCV goes down. Nice pickup here by herO. That should not have happened. So it gets one worker, delays the bunker, disrupts some of the early game mining. And this time, Stargate opener out of herO. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, I mean, this is typically the sentiment. It is typically unsafe to play Stargate in the current meta, but on these larger maps, that's what you can, right? I'm referring to maps like Amygdala, Neon Violet Square, even Abyssal Reef. On these larger maps, you can get away with this. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause, and hopefully everything is okay. But again, on larger maps, that's where Stargate play is more viable and easier to get away with. The problem with Stargate play is that because you invest into Oracles, into Phoenixes, because you delay your Twilight Council upgrades, you're vulnerable to an all-in or to really early aggression. That's where things can be a little bit difficult or hazy when it comes to your defense. But that's why a larger map makes it safer to do this, as you are safer against all-ins in general. Oh, as that looks like we're all good.
Game resumed.
So we're good to continue. We're jumping back in. Clem likewise will dive into the main, and Clem is going to confirm the tech of choice. Is it Twilight Council, River, or Stargate? And Clem, he confirms. It's going to be Stargate opener. It's going to be Oracle first, not a Phoenix. Let's go. It's going to be that Oracle opener. Likewise, Clem gets 2 probes. Good start. Getting a 3rd probe. Jesus. 3 probes going down. Reaper does full, but Clem does scout. He's aware, and back at home, we should be seeing some Cyclone production. Should be Tech Lab into Cyclone, a Viking follow-up as well. Ooh, actually going for a Medevac. It is still Cyclone, but a Medevac, not a Viking. Okay. So what does this tell us? This tells us that Clem wants to be aggressive. He's going to be getting to his initial Cyclone. He will initially deflect and defend against the Oracle, and then counterattack with some drops. Meanwhile, here he has arrived. He's got his Oracle, he's got 3 Adepts. We'll see if he can pull Clem apart. He commits. Does come into the shade. Marines, they dive into the bunker. Boys being pulled away. 1 SCV goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Gets 2 SCV kills so far. Medevac is revealed. And Clem will hold. Ooh, Adepts, they committed to the they committed into the main, which means Adepts are going to be thrown away. Oracle gets forced back. Looking at the trades here, 4 SCV kills. 4 SCVs, it's okay damage, but I mean, you can see here how many workers that can go down already. Jesus, 9. 9 probes. Getting a couple more. And Clem doesn't care, he's moving out. He's moving out across the map with the Cyclone, with the Marines, with the drop play. What is there to him to defend? No shield battery, but there are two Oracles. There are 2 Oracles back at home, and that may be enough. Cyclone arrives. Moves in. Up. Yeah, sees the army. Clem, he has to get the hell out of here. As that's triple Oracle. That's insane. Lifts up the Cyclone. Cyclone's gonna get caught out. And Clem gets shut down. He gets shut down. They're gonna try to boost away. He does boost. Reinforcements in position. He's ready. Oh, the punish! Oh my god! Here have extended, losing one of those oracles. He will lose another. He will. 2 oracles going down. Massive pickoffs. Losing almost all 3. Clem, he wants it. He wants the final oracle. He boosts. Doesn't quite get it though. Final oracle does. Oh. He will get a lock on. He will get a lock on, but he shouldn't get the kill. There's no scan. Clem's still trying to hunt him down. herO gets away. He's playing with fire there. He's playing with fire. Clem, he pulls back. Now we can take a moment. We can take a moment here. herO getting his third up and running. He's getting it saturated. Likewise, building a more Morphesis from that control. Twilight Council into +1, into Blink. Sorry, no Blink, into Charge. We're getting towards the mid game. As Clem moves out, a big shout to I stand in the chat. Baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 25 months. This number is soon higher than my MMR. Oh no. Do we want to know your MMR, Pappy? No, it's fine. It's fine. Your MMR is as high as anyone on Reddit. It's fine. I stand. You're among peers. People that watch StarCraft don't play. It's fine. You're one of us, Pappy. You're one of us. We'll take care of you. We'll take care of you. As Clem, he does rotate, he does commit. Making his way towards the third. Oh. Threatening a dive. Takes down one of the Zealots again. Charge is not ready. The charge is not ready. Stage trap gonna get baited out. Nicely done here by Clem. And Clem, can he break through? Stasis, force field even. Force field's looking down the army, and with that, it looks like herO, he might be able to barely hold on. Those Cyclones that get so much on in the back line. So much extra DPS. But herO, he's holding. He's holding on. He survives. He forces back Clem. herO, he lives. Alright, good to go. herO, he holds the line. Even expanding towards Clem. Taking the forward base. Means they counterattack, they catch one of those Marauders. Oh, the Mind Shot! Ooh, brutal connection. Mind Shot goes up. Oh no, not again! Another Mind Shot as well, catching a second Phoenix. 2 Phoenixes going down. Big losses here for herO. Is forced back once again. Clem, he holds on, getting a third base. But his third is delayed. Remember, the third base hit for Clem is late. As he was hyper aggressive, he barely didn't break through, did not get enough economic damage. And herO, he's stabilizing. herO still needs a little bit more time. He's working on his first Colossus. Colossus production underway. Until then, he is vulnerable. Clem once again moving out. Oh. Catching out another Phoenix. Another Phoenix goes down. He is moving in. Baits out the stasis. Stims on forward. Trying to break through that defensive line. Again, there's one shield battery. Colossus is still in the way. He needs a Colossus. And without that Colossus here, he's vulnerable. He's exposed. Clem, he's stimming in. He can stim. He can win. The boys are being pulled. herO is getting desperate. The Colossus does arrive. But doesn't matter. Is it too late? Another massive warp in. And herO, he holds. herO, he holds just in time with that Colossus. But I may have spoken too soon here as the fourth base is exposed. Clem does force the army out. Reinforcements have arrived. Again, the downside of expanding towards the Terran is the Terran also is close to you as well. Yeah, and Clem is trading too well. He's trading too efficiently here. Cleans up the zealots. That one Colossus sits on its own. Base is getting low and he sims in. Oh, doesn't get it though. Barely does not get the Colossus. Still a very close hold for herO. And he will lose the base. He will lose the expansion. Line shot's going up. Clem, he pulls back. He's content with his damage. He didn't break herO, but he did kill the fourth. That is good enough. Behind this, Clem getting his third base fully saturated. Moving out with a Doom Drop. If herO were to move in right now, he could break the third. Up! He's thinking about it. He's thinking about pushing. Drop is revealed. We have to make a decision. He commits. Here, he's moving in. And we could end up in a base trade. Yeah, Clem, he cannot defend. He has to abandon the third. Likewise, herO, he will lose his own third base as well. Master Pick off. Robo goes down. No more Colossus. No more Colossus production. herO moving in. Boys are being pulled. We're going for the base trade. Third Nexus falls. Going for a massive warp in. Clutch juggling here with that Prism. And Clem, he lost control of the natural. He has to abandon the natural base. He's stuck on one base. Likewise, hits the natural base of herO as well. We're about to have one base versus one base. Clem, he is still producing though. Maestro goes off. Ooh, takes out the Prism. Prism goes down. Colossus as well. Oh, so close. So close to falling. herO trying to break through. Likewise, natural is going down for herO. The Vikings, they get one Colossus, one left. One Colossus remaining. Boys are being pulled. It dives in. Colossus goes down. Yeah, there's no escaping the Vikings. And Clem is holding. Clem, he holds onto the ramp. He shuts down the army. He defends. GG gets called. And Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh, GG, well played. Clem, he will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to herO. It was still very close. We ended up in a base trade. It was still very clutch there. Clem, he had to abandon his bases, the third base and natural, but Clem, he still had some production to work with. And alas, too many losses for herO. The Vikings, they sniped the Warp Prison. They sniped the first Colossus. Big moments there for Clem. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he will advance on, and that means we have our top two. We have our top two players here for this week's WardiTV Monday. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you want to have a look yourselves, if you have maybe forgotten the previous matches. But here we go. We have our top two. We have Classic. Classic, of course, he took down GuMiho 2-1, and the grand finals is going to be a best of 5 between Classic and Clem in another TVP. Let's go. Have our finals. We have that best of 5. Vetoes are underway as we speak, and we will soon be jumping in. Oh. I only ever played co-op anymore. Although one-handed game I can play that is mouse only. Oh no, not like this. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I believe the way that it works, if I recall correctly, is the majority of people only play campaign. So the majority of the player base plays campaign. After that, it is co-op, and then I think after co-op it's 2v2, and then it's 1v1, or maybe it's just split co-op and then multiplayer basically. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. A lot of people enjoy co-op. A lot of people. Again, multiplayer is the least popular of the three. Has a player base, but it's a bigger draw towards the campaign and towards co-op, for sure. I used to play co-op when it first came out. It was fun. It was fun. It was a fun playing like the mutations and like having fun and adding extra mutations as well. Like we would stack on like 5 mutations at once, and the worst one to try to play with, for those that may be unfamiliar, but for those that know and have played co-op, Vertigo, like 3 things plus Vertigo is crazy. That's what we would do. It would be very difficult to keep up, but a lot of fun. It would give you a headache after a while though. It would give you a headache. Vertigo, yeah, for sure. Vertigo is Vertigo is when like every like however many seconds like it changes your camera angle. So you end up like upside down or like at an angle, like on a diagonal, like crazy stuff. Crazy. Make people sick. I can see that. I can see that for sure. Versus multiplayer, you mean, since arcade is pretty popular? I believe multiplayer is more popular than arcade. Arcade is a little more niche, which is a big complaint by a lot of people, is that the arcade is not as it's not as, what's the word I'm looking for, promoted as much as it otherwise could have been, despite like how many resources there are and how much there is in the arcade. It doesn't get the attention that it otherwise deserves, which is unfortunate because there's like a lot of like communities within the arcade, right? You have like the StarCraft Evo community, you have the Direct Strike community, you have the Kerrigan survival community as well. Like there's a lot of these like communities within StarCraft that like play like specific like arcade modes and arcade games. But here we go. We have our grand finals. We have our best of 5. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid from land of France. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is not herO. Classic. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with those predictions. Yeah, COP was always a lot of fun. I look forward to playing StarCraft 2 again this week. I look forward to it. I mentioned it before, but our schedule's been really busy. It was really, or is really busy in January. Coming into February, I should be able to ladder again. It's crazy. I'll be able to ladder again. Maybe even tomorrow as well. I might be able to, after the Pigasaur stream, I might be able to have a cheeky ladder session. It's been like a month. It's been a very long time. Very long time. I miss it, Papi. I miss it. Here we go. 2 gas. Clem feeling frisky. It is a 2 gas opener, and we saw this a lot against herO as well. Double gas, faster factory, delayed CC. Likewise, classic going for a standard opener. And again, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold, of course, being a smaller map of the map pool, is a smaller map, a more aggressive map as well. We've already had a lot of aggression already here tonight on Whispers of Gold with proxies, with shenanigans here, going for proxy factory, proxy starport. We'll see where our players take us. Clem, initially, he's scouting, checking for any proxy at the 3rd location before moving out. And behind this, we can go into Reactored Reaper Hellion, which we did see against herO. True, did go Reactored Reaper Hellion. We could go into a committed Widowmine drop. We can go for early Banshee play, which he also used against herO as well. There's that CC on the high ground. And we'll see what he does indulge in. Where we headed, where we dropping. Likewise, the Classic has had some time to himself after taking down GuMiho. Able to rest up, able to get ready here for the series to come. There's that tech lab on the way, so no Hellions. So no Hellion production here out of Clem. We're going for the faster tech lab. From here, you can go for an add-on swap. You can go into fast Banshee. You can go Cyclone production early on as well. I believe Clem has yet to scout, dips in, but there's a full wall, and Clem, he has no idea. Oh no, my apologies. He does scout the Twilight Council. He is aware. Is where the Twilight Council is, where he does not have to prepare for any kind of aggression coming his way. I'm referring to specifically like Oracle Harass or Phoenix Harass. There's the add-on swap. Shows the Banshees. Ooh, actually, it's actually a fake Banshee. Let's go. He reveals the upgrade. He should be canceling once the hallucination gets dealt with. Classic dives in. He sees the research, but really it's going to be a Raven-based opener instead. And Clem should be canceling this once he feels like he's safe to do so. I would imagine. Or are we going to let it finish? Like, this used to be a lot more common back in the meta of Phoenix Colossus, or especially Colossus-based play. This was like the go-to. You'd rush into Interference Matrix, you'd disable the Colossus, and then you'd break the defending player then and there. This was very popular, especially when it came to the Gressman era of StarCraft. But no, we're committing. Okay, you have my attention. This is okay. No, there we go. Okay. He had me going for a moment. I was like, this is crazy. I was about to, yeah, lose it a little bit, but he cancels, so it's fake. Okay, we're good. Whew. I was about to question my life, not gonna lie. It does cancel in the end, and yeah, it's rushing into Raven, rushing into Interference Matrix is something long gone nowadays. The reason for it is because Colossus-based play is very niche and isn't really seen too often anymore. Colossus-based reliance, I should say, by Protoss players. Now we have Blink. Blink is soon to finish. Stalkers are in position. We have the Banshee. We have the Raven outside of the main. And now we can settle in. We can calm things down. Clem checks. He does scout, does confirm the third base. Again, it was a more economic opener here. It was 3-gate Blink into a third. So very safe play here by Classic. Into charge. And Clem, he shouldn't move out until he has his upgrades. Waiting for Stim, waiting for +1. The Raven is active. There's potential with the Raven, but alas, has yet to commit. Raven actually races back home. So yeah, really, I would say kind of a weird build. Not gonna lie. Opening up Raven, opening up fake Banshee. I mean, the Raven is gathering energy, I suppose, but again, it's not as useful as it once was back in the day. When I say back in the day, I mean a year ago, right? When before you even needed an upgrade for Interference Matrix, Raven openers were the meta. Nowadays, less so. Can still threaten the mineral lines, sure, with some auto turrets. Behind this, getting to Meteoric production. Building up his bio. We can settle it. There's that KS2. True. So we get some auto harass. So far, getting a sentry. Getting 2 sentries even, denying mining time. Some okay damage. Raven does survive. Likewise, meanwhile, we have a Blink into the main. Classic diving into the main base, forced to recall as he gets trapped. There's no way out of this, losing 1 Stalker. Oh no, the Observer and a 2nd Stalker as well. Nice catch from Clem. That Blink was not worth it. And now Clem can move out. Now he has his upgrades, he's got +1, he's got his tanks, he can push. And as he pushes, he can land his third. So the third base is on the way. Colossus production has begun for Classic. I believe that's going to be his first Colossus. And it should pop out in time for this fight. He should have it. Bearing in mind, Clem, he has no intention of killing Classic. He intends to trade. To trade well. And to get his own third. Setting up his tanks. Poking in. There's that Colossus. Nice tank shot, so. And tank boys here on the Stalkers. Mine shots on the Zelts as well. And so far, a better trade as the Zelt count is going to be completely reset. Just on the Zelts, but Clem, he will lose all his tanks. Tanks go down. Clem, he has to retreat. As Zelt reinforcements have arrived. Clem, he has to pull away. Oh. Catching a Stalker. That Clem, he should be able to hold on to the ramp. Classic forced to back off. He has no pushing power. And the game continues. We have our initial skirmish. Looking at the trades here, there was 2 tanks, a good chunk of Marines, the Widowmine count as well for 20 Zealots. Now what's important is that Classic, he preserved most of his Stalkers. If he wasn't too careful, if he had traded too poorly, would have lost all his Zealots and then some gas units. But not this time. Classic did trade well for himself. As he gets distracted by the Raven, here comes the main army, denies the 4th base. Nice catch. Denies the 4th. Oh! Picking off a couple of zealots. As Clem, he cannot push into these Colossus. Not yet. Has to respect it. Ooh, Mancho goes up. A bold blink there from Classic. Gets a medevac. Trades with the bio. Ooh. Some brutal swipes. Clem retreats. And Classic is building up that Colossus count. He's got two. Two Colossus. The Prism has arrived. Now he can reinforce on the front lines. He can also juggle and save those Colossus. And Clem, can he hold on here? He's got the concave on his side. The Vikings have arrived. The Prism is going to go down. He's going for the Colossus. He gets one. One Colossus. The other will barely escape. Whew, I spoke too soon. Yeah, Classic here overextends. Rough fight. GG gets called. Classic go with his pants down. And Clem takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. Oh my god. Again, a crazy maneuver for Classic to move out when he did. We had some pretty decent back and forth initially. Yes, Classic's fourth base was delayed. True. His fourth base was delayed. It was cancelled if you remember. But outside of that, he could definitely build up towards a longer game. But he committed. He moved out. He ran into a terrifying army and he lost everything in the process. I don't think he was really expecting that heavy of a concave. I don't think he was expecting Vikings at that point. But what was it? 3-4 Vikings for Clem. Exactly what he needed. Shuts him down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. A year ago is back in the day. Before 2020 is ancient times, clearly. It does feel very different. I mean, I guess the game has changed quite a bit over the years. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the red Terran player. We have the French Terran leading the series 1-0. We'll see if we can keep this going. It is Clem for Team Liquid. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if we can recover. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Classic. We go. Hello, Mr. SCV. What's going on? As Clem is opening up with a proxy, going for the racks here outside of the main. Now, is Clem frisky enough to float into the main and go proxy Marauder? If this was GuMiho, 100%. Would GuMiho have the balls, have the cojones, papi, to float in? He would. This space on the rally looks like proxy Reaper. So, unfortunately, he's not going to go straight into the main. But regardless, an aggressive build nonetheless. As he's rallied into the main base. Likewise, Classic settling in. Going for his own gate expand before Cybercore. Clem behind this, just getting his gases, soon to tech up even further. And there's the Reaper. There is the Reaper. And again, this is not an all-in out of Clem. It is a way to disrupt the opener, is to get an early game lead, and then transition back at home into Factory, into CC, into a longer game. But yeah, even a year ago, the meta was so different. I mean, a year ago, we still had like Mass Cyclone. Like that was like Reactive Cyclone was a thing a year ago. We had the meta of 2x Reaper or 3x Reaper in TVZ. Beast Colossus was still a lot more prevalent. Like there's a lot that changed even in a year. But for now, Reaper gets one probe. Oh my god. Taking a lot of hits. Clem has to be careful. Gets a second probe. Second probe goes down. Stalker is about to pop. And with that, Clem is forced back. Oh no! Ooh, it does pull back in. The Reaper falls. And Classic he holds. Does hold a bit of miscontrol there from Clem. Second Reaper has arrived. And he needs to scout. He needs to figure out what's going on. There's going to be a Stargate opener at a Classic. And Clem, I believe, has yet to confirm. Yeah, he has not gotten behind the mineral line. He does know what's going on. Clem bakes in, pulls away, does pull away, behind this, getting to his 1-1-1. CC on location. And Clem is he's under no real danger of a counterattack. Like, there's no Blink Stalkers, there's no charge. Because of the Stargate opener, Classic, he can harass, that is true, but he can't really move out with an army. So Clem, he's safe. He is safe back at home. He's setting up his Widow Mines. Additional Widow Mines are on the way. Clem doesn't really know what's coming, though, so he is playing a little bit blind. There is a chance that Clem moves out with a Widow Mine drop and leaves nothing at home, and then the Oracle pops off. So Classic, he does have an opportunity. We go. As the Oracle has arrived. I've been watching you on YouTube for a long time, and I want to say you're one of the best casters because you explain the builds, you spot them even before they're developing. Way better than most daily casters. Super underrated, and I'm happy you're around. Oh, thank you, Jay Paralyzed. Thank you. Do appreciate it. See, we cheat here on the CranKy Ducklings. The reason why I can do that is because we cast StarCraft every day. Like, haha. It's like pattern recognition sort of thing, where like because we cast so much StarCraft, like it's all now in the brain, and I can't get out of it. No. But yeah, I guess it pays off. Meanwhile, what do I say? Come in. Oh. And alas, we do pull away in time. Jesus. Clem does pull away in time. Only getting a couple of probes. Classic even. Oracle gets across the map. Damage is being done. Where's the anti-air? Tanks, they don't shoot up. No Marines either. This is what we spoke about. Nothing shoots up. The Oracle does pop off, getting 6 SCVs. Probes are going down, but still, this is becoming critical damage. Ooh, getting up to 7. 7 SCVs going down. Another Oracle does arrive. And alas, it's becoming critical damage. Classic is overwhelming this. Overwhelming the Marines. The Widow Mines, the auto turrets, all the Marines go down. More CV kills. Meanwhile, the Widow Mines are going to reset. They are resetting, but they take so long. Oh my god, getting one more Marine. Can he get another SCV? Ah, not quite. Barely's going to be cleaned up, throwing away the Oracle. This is my biggest criticism here for Classic, is this was some good damage, but if you look at the units lost tab, he lost both Oracles. Both Oracles went down. He didn't save any of them. So Clem, he defends, he survives. But the economy still is in the gutter here. Classic up to 47 workers. Clem down to 30. Clem will zone away. Getting a Stalker. Does get a Stalker. Clutch auto turret here just to be able to hold on. Now the tank goes down. The tank goes down. Raven as well. Massive pickup. If only this wasn't King's Cove. We spoke about this earlier, but the reason why we go for something like a Stargate opener here is because of how large the map is, how long the rush distance is by ground as well. So it takes a long time for Classic to reinforce, to keep pushing, to keep that pressure on. So Clem, he has time to rebuild. His economy is still struggling. Very much so. The economy's in the gutter. Classic pushing forward. Stim is not done. He can kite against this. Wouldn't mind they catch a couple of Stalkers. Oh, Classic was distracted. Big moment. Classic bleeding out 7 Stalkers. Classic still in a better position, but Clem, he is slowly clawing his way back into this. He's had some better trades. Stim is almost done. 12 seconds away. It's a little bit more time. Oh. Classic coming in from both angles, trying to pull Clem apart. And so far, it's working. It's working, catching up more of these Marines, baiting out a Stim. Clem is trying to stabilize throws down his third CC on location. Third CC's on the way. Clem moving out with his drop. This is a risky maneuver here out of Clem. He doesn't really have much at home to defend, but he has to do something across the map. This Classic, he's committing. Takes down the medevac, massive pickoff. Takes down the medevac, takes down one of the Marauders. Winter Mines are set. Oh, decent trades here out of Clem. The mine shots. Oh my god. No connections. And back at home, is there anything here to defend? There is a warp in, a massive warp in. He's 8 zealots at a time. There's the recall as well. And Classic, he's fine. He's shutting this down. Forcing back the medevac, getting a 4th expansion. Working towards Colossus. But Classic, because of the recall, Clem, he can breathe. He can breathe, he can establish his 3rd base. He has gained map control himself, moving out. Clem, he has opportunities. He can still pull this off. I say that, he can't fight this head on. Has to get out of here, and he's not going to be able to. Yeah, massive catch. Takes down the medevac. Classic rolling in. Oh my god, getting another medevac as well. And, you know, Clem, he was on his road to recovery, but these are some brutal losses here. Brutal losses for Clem. Classic moving in. Takes down the Widow Mine. And Clem, he can still try to recover here, but he's down the base, down the expansion. The Colossus has arrived. Is what we're waiting for. With that Classic getting a lot of swipes off here on the bio. Still a delicate dance here. Classic has to be so careful not to overextend. Speaking of, oh, the Colossus survives. Whew, Colossus does get away. At the same time, his 4th base is fully saturated. Getting into more Colossus, extend on Lance. From here, Classic getting a 5th. And Clem is still stuck on 3 bases. Now, the supplies are neck and neck. That is true. But the power units are building up for Classic. What do we have? 2 Colossus, now a 2nd Robo, and this should be leading into Disruptor production. Disruptor should be on the way here. And that's just a really solid way to round out this army. And Clem, outside of drop play, I'm not so certain how he can recover here. Now with drops, of course, he can get some economic damage. He can distract Classic. He can keep him busy. But Classic is coming. He's pushing. He's pushing out. Clem back at home. Trying to muster up a defense. The Observer sees everything. Okay, nice start. Mine shot goes off. You see, Classic has the Phoenix on patrol, spotter pilots as well, just in case there is a drop. As Classic, he has map control. Supplies are still close. They're still neck and neck. And, oh my, it takes down the Warp Prism. Oh my god. Okay. Strong start. Without a Warp Prism, no more reinforcements. Likewise, he cannot juggle those Colossus. Clem, he can catch them. Nice EMP. EMP goes off. Colossus under fire. Ooh, oh, so close. They get low. Zelrah make it 6 SCVs, distracting Clem. And I think Classic has to get out of here. Yeah. He pulls away. Like, without that War Prism, this army is much more vulnerable. And Clem holds. And both armies are maxing out. Okay. Whew, we've made it. Both armies are maxing out. We're reaching 200 supply. Clem, he has his concave. He has his arc. Classic should not be pushing into this. Going for run buys. Getting a 6th expansion. Clem is recovering. Building up more ghosts. Disruptors have arrived. Just 2 disruptors for now. Only 2. 2 disruptors. I wouldn't be opposed to a 3rd rover behind this to make 3 disruptors at a time. And to rebuild the Colossus after a fight. Getting a 7th base. Jeez. Let's go. Getting a 7th expansion. Planetary exposed. Army's out of position. Classic, he pulls away. Does pull away in time. Gets a kill, not a cancel. on the command center. Fit CC's on the way. Vikings, they flank, they get one. Nice splits. Nice splits against the Novas. No major connections. The surround comes in, and Classic gets completely caught out. The mass surround. Clem, no shot. He shuts down the army, cleans everything up. There's a recall saving what, one disruptor? Not even. Nothing escapes. And Clem takes a massive lead. Classic, he drops 80 supply. Oh my god. The surround. Clem, calm down. Classic going for a desperation zealot run by. Clem, he's moving out across the map. I mean, there's nothing to stop him. There's nothing to stop him. That was a crazy engage out of Clem. The surround, Pappy. Oh my god. And you can see he thought about turning around, but he's committing. He can knock down these bases. Bases are falling. We do get 10 SCV kills, but that doesn't matter. Clem, he just keep on pushing. Got 2 disruptors, never goes up. Up! Oh my god. Clutch snipe. One never connects. Just the one. From here, brutally MP on the Zealots. And Clem, he can stem and he can win. As he moves through the Zealots, moves through the Gateway Army. Colossus are on the way. But it's not going to matter. Oof, denies one of the warp ins. Still rallying across the map. The Colossus has arrived. Vikings are only 2 of them. They do lift. Takes down the expansion. And there's just no support. There's nothing to buffer to protect these Colossus. 20 probe kills. And we just rally. We just rally everything across the map. Now, there are a lot of expansions. There's a lot of bases to bring down. True. A lot of bases. But it should be fine. Stims in, gets another Colossus. 1 Colossus left. GG gets caught, and Clem with the comeback takes game number 2 and takes a further lead in the series. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem, with the crazy comeback here. Again, Clem, he was up against the wall. He was losing more workers. His economy was crippled. He wasn't able to get much counter damage either. Classic, he was getting a 7th Nexus, while Clem was still on 3 bases, by the way. He was just barely getting his 4th up and running. Despite that, a crazy engage. The Classic, I should say, Clem was able to max out. Part of that is the map. We did try to mention a couple of times in that game how the map itself is very large, and because of that, it can really hinder an aggressing player. We saw that reinforcements are delayed, and Classic wasn't quite able to get much done. I do want to say that a big moment was Classic losing the War Prism. If you remember, before the major fight, when Classic was rotating towards the natural, he lost the War Prism, and that immediately took a lot of the wind out of the sails of Classic. He had to back off. Backing off allowed Clem to build up, allowed him to recover. Vikings, Ghosts are building up as well, and allowed Clem to eventually expand on the low ground. By the time Classic had rebuilt the War Prism and gone into Disruptors, by then you could argue too little too late. Clem was able to build back up, and then of course it came down to the engagement, came down to the surround. GG. GG, well played. Whew, we're getting into game 3, potentially the final game of the series. Potentially. Let's go. Oh, Bomyochi in the chat. Oh my god. Annyeong haseyo. You call it cheating, I call it passion. See, if the other casters, if they would cast as much, they'd be there, Pappy. They'd be there. So good. As we're settling in, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. 1 game away from becoming our champion. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss from South Korea, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and bring it home as we're going for the proxy. It is Classic. Let's go. I wanted to catch up in the chat, but we're popping off with a proxy. Oh no. We've had enough. I mean, again, Classic, he was in a good position last game. He was crippling the economy. Again, like, my biggest criticism was that Classic was a little bit too careless with the Oracles. Despite getting so many SCV kills, he did throw his Oracles away, and that also allowed Clem to recover as well. Meanwhile, proxy, 2-gate. Let's go. Let's get that 2-gate setup. And we'll see if Clem does scout. Now, Clem, he has been very active when it comes to checking his third base locations with his first Reaper. He has been one to scout. Will he find this? We're here to find out. I've been to Korea twice. Oh. Disabled World Championships for StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 in 2010 and 2014. You're so lucky. Going to Korea is definitely like on my bucket list. For me, like, I would have loved to have, I mean, it's too late now. I was a big fan of Pro League back in the day. Big fan of Pro League. I would have loved to have been to a Pro League finals, or something of the sort. Really cool to hear. And thank you for your kind words as well. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Always. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Yeah. As we are settling in, it is going to be initially proxy to Zealot, or proxy 2 gate into Zealots. Zealots are on the way. Behind this, gases are being taken. Cybercore is in production to follow this up with Adepts and with he scouts with Adepts and with Stalkers, and he does scout. Does confirm Clem. He is aware. Oh my god. Does take a couple swipes. Does take some swipes to the face. Pulls away. Cancels the CC on the low ground. Bunker is in production. Marines are amassing as well. So far, good response out of Clem. It's a bit of a delayed response as he kind of was rallied in. Wasn't expecting a proxy, but he did find it. So far, getting free damage on the Zealots. Bunker is almost done. And Classic is quite committed to this. The Stalkers have arrived. We have more Stalkers on the way behind this. Classic rallying in. Bunker is done. CC is on the way. And so far, Clem is holding. So far, so good. He's holding on. Classic moving out with the probe. Are we looking to commit even harder? No shot. Are we going like proxy robo? Okay. He expands. We're expanding behind this. We're okay. This probe had concerned me, but we're calming down. Yo, are we crazy enough to go for a proxy pylon? Twilight Counts is on the way. We can go into Blink, that is true, but are we crazy enough to go into DTs with a Dark Shrine? Pylon's on the way. We'll see if the probe sticks around, or if it just leaves. It's sticking around. Reaper dives into the mineral line. Gets a probe. Is going to be surrounded. Nice catch here from Classic. Checking the vision. Clem, he did not see the tech. It's going to be charged. Charge on the way. We have a gateway as well. Going to be a 3-gate setup. Probe did stick around. Going for a 4th gateway. Jesus. This is crazy. This is a wild setup. And we're not going for hidden tech. Okay. No hidden tech. Probe backs off. Still hyper aggressive here from Classic. I mean, he chose to proxy an extra gateway. There's no purpose here. Like, there's no need to have a 3rd gate out in the open. It's just that much more committed. He's crazy. As the tanks are building up. Charge is almost done. Now, upon seeing the extra Zealots here, that is a sign of the upgrade of choice. Clem hasn't seen the Zealot count yet. Classic intentionally hiding those Zealots. Does pull them back. Wants to keep them hidden. And he's dragging Clem out into the open. Uh-oh. And Classic is trying to catch Clem with his pants down. Clem, he pokes in. Zealots are revealed. He sees. He has to get out of here. He has to pull back. Does pull away. Classic is going to commit. The boys are being pulled. He has to. Where are those Zealots, by the way? A little bit of a blunder to solve from Classic. It was a little bit disjointed. Well, the Zealots are ready. And here comes a surround. Tanks are on siege. Good kiting. But Clem will lose everything here. He will lose the Marines. He has to get away. And again, Classic, he wants to fight out in the open. Getting on top of the tanks. Nice hold position Michael with these SCVs. Tries to repair. He shuts down the Zealots. He barely does. The tanks, they live. How? The mass repair is crazy. He saves the tanks. That shouldn't have happened. That should not have. He saves the tanks. Zealous, oh, a bit of friendly fire. Kills the eBay. Zealous gets shut down. That will cost Clem and 9 SCVs. But Clem's still ahead economically. 3rd base on the way. Clem holds. Wow. Clem holds. Mate, that was supposed to work. That was supposed to reset the tank count. Meanwhile, we spoke about DTs. There it is. Dark Shrine's on the way. To be fair, if you recall, I assumed it was going to be a proxy Dark Shrine. It's a later Dark Shrine instead. Back at home. I'm concerned, though, as Clem is coming in for a drop, and he might just scout this. The Dark Shrine is at the natural. Clem moving in. Going for his drop. Clem dives in, going for the pylon, will depower everything in the main. Oh, the shield battery, though. Barely will save it enough for the weapon to complete. Pylon falls, delays blink. Classy tries to respond. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is done. No Dark Templar yet. Clem pulls away. Does pull away. DTs are amassing here outside of the natural. And we'll depower the production. And this is what we spoke about here. Like, Classic to choose to proxy another gateway here. I mean, that it means that much less here that's being denied. Yeah, 3 gateways are depowered. Clem diving in, knocks down the gateways. Shuts down most of the production here. Classic has to rebuild. Oh, here come the DTs though. Let's go. Dark Templar, they have arrived. One in the main, one in the natural. SCVs are going down. Oh. 7 SCVs so far. Where's that scan? And there it is. And the scan gets both. Whew, just barely. Now that was good damage here from Classic, but this army is terrifying. This is a massive army here. How much do we have? We have 5 tanks, 5 medevacs, 6 winter mines, 26 marines. We have stim, combat shields +1. Clem moves out, and Classic, he needs to buy time. Blink, remember, was delayed earlier from that depowering, from the pylon falling earlier. And this army that Classic has isn't really designed to slow down an army. It isn't really designed to slow down a push. It's designed to commit. Zelta revealed. Clem knows. Winter mines are set. Classic setting up us around. Does come in from behind. Takes out one of the tanks. Gets one, almost 2. But is that enough? Tank boy is going up. Nice retarding out of Clem. He shuts out all the zealots, and Clem, he breaks through. He has done it. He's broken the back here of a Classic. DTs warp in. Oh, they will take down the tanks. No scan. Doesn't notice. Yeah, massive pickups. Cheeky moves out of Classic. Oh no, he gets away. Oh my god. He tries to. So very nice moves out of Classic, catching out those 3 tanks. Another DT warps in. But despite killing all those tanks, doesn't matter. GG gets called. It's too much to handle, and Clem, he will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday 20 champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem, as he will claim the win. Very intense series here, especially game 2. Game 2 was actually, I would say, a better position for Classic initially after the dust had settled, but alas, Clem, he clawed his way back into it. A crazy comeback on King's Cove, and here in game number 3, important scout. Very important that Clem, he was able to scout the proxy 2 gate. He was able to prepare it back at home in time, was able to set up and shut Classic down. Classic, likewise, when it came to the initial zealots round, I mean, I'm a little bit in shock here that he wasn't quite able to kill a single tank with that first fight. The mass repair and the positioning of the zealots, the positioning of the SCVs was crazy to protect the tanks and to keep them alive. Impressive. GG, well played. Clem just going Super Saiyan here. Clem venting his frustrations after Little League Cup. GG, well played. Oh, congratulations to Clem. My condolences to Classic, but Classic did an amazing job at making it this far in the tournament. To make it to the finals is no easy feat. Classic, he took down GuMiho and he took down Dark to make it this far. No easy opponents. No easy opponents here for Classic, so GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem, and a shout out to Classic. And a shout out. So just catching up with the chat. And yeah, I kind of glossed over it, but you were in the Disabled World Championships for StarCraft. Like, that's I didn't know that was a thing. I had no idea. That's really cool. That's really cool to hear. It's impressive as well. Very impressive to be able to travel for something like that. To travel for StarCraft and to compete as well is really, really cool to hear. Just catching up. But yeah, I hadn't heard of it either. Like, I've been following StarCraft for a long time, and I was unaware. They were on Husky StarCraft channel. Oh, I see. Yeah, it was a shame. Like, especially, like, that's we don't have to get into it, but there's, I mean, a lot was lost when Husky made the decision, not just like leaving is one thing, right? But like removing all those videos, removing all that history. Like, he had so, like, there was so much there, right? It's like not just his cast, but other events, right, that were covered, even like vlogs and stuff like that of like offline events. Like, there was a lot there. So to lose all of that is yeah, I can imagine is really rough, especially if you're one of the people affected, like, personally by that as well. For sure. Oh, let's go. You were with Jim Rising. You were with Jaime. Oh my god. Yeah, cool to hear you're still around as well. One of the OGs. I do think they cost as much as you. I don't want to name names because, yeah, for sure. It's all good. We want to be kind to our peers, to the other casters out there. It's all good. Clem's on fire. Yo, Clem was on fire here tonight. It's crazy. Clem proving once again that good sandwiches are made with baguettes. I love that. I'm gonna try to say that next time. I'll do my best. If we see Clem come in with a sandwich, he's coming in with the baguette bat. He's coming in. He's ready to eat. Oh my god. Hopefully Light never loses his voice and have to delete all his YouTube videos. No, it's never gonna happen. Crazy. Never. Is the cast over? Is able to come? Oh, right. So with that, congratulations here to Clem, as he is our champion. Is the cast over? The tournament has concluded, but we have a treat. If you were here earlier, you would have heard that there was a big upset that occurred. There was a big upset that occurred in the WardiTV Monday. It caught us all off guard. I don't know if I want to spoil it, but I mean, I guess it's we already spoke about it. We already spoke. You know what? Yeah, let's screw it. We already spoke about it anyway. We already saw the results as we switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket here. Now, typically, this is the WardiTV Monday, or it has not been updated. But this is the WardiTV Monday, but this event is known by a different name at times. This is the weekly WardiTV MaxPax versus Clem. Usually that's what it is. It's MaxPax versus Clem. But MaxPax, he was not here. Or he was not in the finals. He was not in the finals. We had a crazy result. We had a crazy result coming into this. We had Nicaract. As you can see, Nicaract, he popped off. Nicaract, he took down MaxPax 2-1 in the round of 16, papi. And when that happened, of course, I got into those DMs. I congratulated Nicaract. Nicaract, he's a regular in our tournaments, and there are these moments where he pops off. Like, he's an animal. Like, he has taken down herO before. I should say he's taken maps off of herO. He's clearly done well here against MaxPax as well. TVP is Nicaract's best matchup, and no one casted this. I mean, why? There were other matches, right? There were other higher profile matches. So whether it's ourselves, whether it's Wardy, whether it's one of the other casters, no one did cover it. We have the replays. Nicaract, he was kind enough to give us those replays here, and let's jump in, papi. Let us jump in. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm here to experience the power that is Nicaract. Gib, papi, gib. Technically still a part of this tournament. Technically. Let's go. Let us go. It's a little bit awkward because, again, we already kind of know the results, but I want to see. I want to bear witness. I want to bear witness. Here we go. We're jumping in. I should have set up first. I'm not set up, papi. I'm not set up. Oh no. As we're getting into our best of 3. Predictions right now. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing SideStorm Gaming. Whew. He is, I mean, the reigning Little League Cup champion. He just won Little League Cup over the weekend. It is MaxPax for SideStorm Gaming. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Let's go. Hold on, just setting some things up. Setting up the player names and the logos. Beautiful. And we are good to go. Okay. Ooh, so we are going to be jumping in. Again, shout out to Nicaract. He was kind enough to give us his replays for this series. And we're here to bear witness. Again, when it comes to Nicaract, if you are unfamiliar with him, he has been improving a lot over the past couple of years. He is in the middle of the pack when it comes to the European region, right? When I think of the European Terran players, you know, a lot of people think about Clem, they think Spirit, they think Big Gabe, Hero Marine. How could you not? Of course. Just underneath them, that is where you have players like, I mean, you used to have Akedon, Baby Marine as well, and Nicaract. That's where I would place Nicaract amongst players like Baby Marine, like Akedon, like Battle B. That's another good example here. These Terran players that are good, don't get me wrong, they're very good and they can cause upsets, but they're just below kind of like the upper echelons of top 3 Terran in Europe. Typically, because of this, Nicaract, he can pop off, and he's very specialized in certain matchups. I would say he's a TVP sniper. We have casted Nicaract takedown players like herO before, true. We have seen Nicaract defeat herO in the past, and also go toe-to-toe with some of the big players. I want to say that he recently defeated Solar as well. It's about consistency though, and what I also should emphasize is a lot of this comes down to aggression. Nicaract is a very aggressive player. He's very prone to 2-base all-ins, 3-base all-ins, proxies as well. He's not as much of an animal as Honmono. Honmono, he's not quite at the level of Honmono. Nicaract is like one level below that. He's got like one foot more in macro than Honmono does. Maybe like 2 feet, you know. So he's not that crazy, but still aggressive nonetheless. And we'll see what he's got for us. So far, double gas opener into a faster factory. It's going to be Reaper Hellion here. Reactive Reaper Hellion initially for Nicaract. Back at home, MaxPax is going to be opening up with a Twilight Council into Blinkstalker. Standard opener out of MaxPax, a much more aggressive opener out of Nicaract. Now, the goal here is to bust into a mineral line, to mass up Reapers, mass up Hellions, ideally break through, get past these gateway units, get into a mineral line, and roast up those probes. We'll see if Nicaract can break through. Oh my god. No shot. Did he scout? MaxPax, okay, I don't think he quite noticed anyway, but we cancel the Stargate, the Starport, 2 more Maxes. This screams 2-base all-in. Ideally, Nicaract, he wants to go for Tech Labs, into Stim, into Combat Shields. He will expand, he will saturate his natural, but he should be working towards a big Stim timing here with Mass Marine and with tank production behind this. For now, Reaper Hellion moves out. MaxPax in position. He was aware of the reactor Reaper Hellion. And he's ready for this. So far, he does wall up. He does wall up. One adept goes down, but MaxPax holds. MaxPax, he does hold. Will force Nickrat back. And Nickrat, he will pull away for now. Looking for another way in. Oh. So far, unable to. So MaxPax is keeping up. Does keep up. Does take down another Reaper. Second Reaper goes down. Not bad. Behind this, tank production has begun. And there are those add-ons. As we mentioned, double tech lab into stim, into combat shields. And there are variations of this where you pull the boys. Where you just send it. You just pull the boys. You just commit to a 2-base all-in. Meanwhile, MaxPax trying to hunt down that Cyclone. He wants it. Oh, he wants the Cyclone. Get out of here. Get to lock on. Takes down a Stalker, but here comes a flank. The Cyclone does fall. And better trade for MaxPax. Did lose a Stalker. Does shut the Cyclone down. Getting a third base. Getting a third expansion. Nickrat, he will rotate. Gets eyes on the third. It's going to be zoned away. Oh! Losing a Hellion. And here comes MaxPax's counterattack. Behind this, he's on 3 gates. 3-gate blink. He can reinforce. He can dive in. Nickrat, he's ready here at the natural, but the main base is exposed. The boys are being pulled. SCVs are going to be going down. It's going to be 4 SCV kills. Very nice damage here by MaxPax. He shouldn't lose a Stalker. Does pick up. Does get out. Stim is not done. He cannot chase down the medevac, or the War Prism, I should say. And so far, good damage. Very nicely done here by MaxPax, sniping 7 SCVs. And here comes the push. And we do pull some of the boys, not all of them. Do pull some of the boys. They're here to buffer, they're here to repair. As Nickrat, he is committing. MaxPax, he spots it ahead of time, will slow this down. And catches out the Hellions, the Reapers. Nice snipes here by MaxPax. Picking away at the army, slowing it down. Does pick off more Marines. Not bad. The tanks, they have arrived, but now there's significantly less here. And can he get the tanks? Nice force fields. Yeah, he locks down the army, slices it up. And yes, there are 2 tanks with just not enough support, not enough buffer for that army. SCVs do go down. Tanks are trying to siege up here within range of the gateway. MaxPax catching reinforcements, not bad. Nickrat, he stims in. Oh, he does overwhelm, takes down the shield battery. Shield battery goes down, a couple of gateway units as well. Making his way towards that natural, points are being pulled. And with the help of the Immortal, we should be able to focus down those tanks. Immortal is saved, just barely. Immortal gets saved. Second Immortal does rally in, goes down, the tank survives. No shot. 1 HP. The 1 HP tank. Oh, does get sniped. Does go down. Another tank getting caught off guard as well. Very nice catch here out of MaxPax. But Nickrat, he takes down the Robo. Robo goes down. Limited production. The army is heavily overstimmed. No medevacs. Remember, with this all in, there is no medevacs. There is no support. Tank is exposed. Tank is going to go down. A bit of a messy fight there. Takes out one of the Stalkers. And the army is barely standing. He did take down the mineral line, though. 19 probe kills. Oh, he wants the Immortal. He wants it. The juggling. Oh my god, the control. And MaxPax, he will survive with the Immortal. Takes down the Marauder. And MaxPax, he holds. He does hold. He shuts this down. Was a very messy defense, but he does shut down the army. He survives with how many workers? 23. Down to 23 probes. He does have that third. He's got triple Nexus. He can make 3 probes at a time. We have the Dark Shrine on the way. And we have to get some counter damage done. The pressure is on. MaxPax, he does survive, but the economy's in the gutter. And Nickrat, he's been probing. He's been making SCVs. Has been making workers. He's set up here to defend. Prism comes in. Oh! Army stims. Does stim forward at last. MaxPax will hold his own. Catching up more Marines. Does trade with the Marines. MaxPax pulls away. There's potential with these Dark Templar, true. There is potential. But outside of these DTs getting damage done, Nickrat, he's looking secure. He's looking good. He is ahead. as he's building up a greater army. War Prism does get away. Third TC, Nickrat, he's not going for a second all-in. We're macroing. Let's go. he's expanding. He's getting a third. Is getting a third base. Nickrat breaking out. Here come the Dark Templar. Oh, does he notice? Does he notice in time? There's a first scan. DT's making their way towards the mineral line. Turrets are on the way, but very late turrets. And workers are going to fall. MaxPax trying to force the all-in. Army moves down. Nice force field looking down the army. Catches a tank. Oh my god. One tank left. The army does break through. Scan back at home. Saves the main base. Natural is exposed. Ooh, barely knocking the DT. And there's another Dark Templar. Do we have more scans? Ay, ay, ay. As he's going for the tank, takes out the Immortal. Immortal goes down. T2 swiping away. There's a scan across the map. GG gets called. Nickrat, he breaks through. And Nickrat, he does take game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nickrat, he will take a lead in the series. Again, MaxPax, he went down to 23. 23 probes remaining for MaxPax. The DTs, they were getting some damage done, that is true, but he had nothing else. He had nothing else behind this. It would take too long for that one Dark Templar to swipe away and kill the entire army. He had lost control of the third base, and with that, Nickrat takes the lead. And again, this is kind of the games that we expect out of Nickrat. Winding it back, just as a reminder, Nickrat, he is hyper aggressive. We expect, you know, these 2 base all-ins or these proxies, or sometimes even 3 base all-ins as well. Nickrat has a reputation, and despite that, does take a lead. Now we're making our way here into game number 2. Let's go. We're getting into game 2. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player, representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series. It is Nickrat. Let's go. Whew. So far, so good. Again, when it came to the previous game, it was a very close defense out of MaxPax. If you remember, when MaxPax, when he had rotated and we was catching reinforcements, he was picking off, he got a free tank, he got some Marines, as he was otherwise distracted. That's when that's when he dove into the natural, and that's when he sniped the robo. He depowered, or he sniped some of the production as well, which did limit whatever MaxPax had to defend, which made it very, 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 very back and forth and very shaky. Very scrappy. That's what I was looking for. Very scrappy defense out of MaxPax. Did lose 19 probes at his natural. And that was just too much. And now we're settling into game 2. Whew, okay, now it is going to be a single gas opener. Single gas, so Nickrat is going for a faster expansion. I do not expect Nickrat to go for the same build. I don't expect the same builds. We'll see how Nickrat does adjust here. Whether it's Reactor Reaper Hellion again, maybe we could see like even Banshee play instead, like getting into faster tech labs, into tank production, into Banshee play. To move that across the map, we could see a committed Widowmine drop. There are different ways to play this out. We'll see. For now, Command Center on the high ground, and the probe does confirm. So MaxPax, he's aware of the economic start, and he should be feeling pretty safe and pretty secure. Back at home, MaxPax, he can just settle in and secure himself. Last game it was 3-gate blink. We could just see that again. Just very safe, very standard opener. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. I'm not too confident with a Stargate-based opener, but we'll see. Here we go. As Nickrat, what's going on? Are we getting ready here for a proxy starport? The SCV moves out. MaxPax, he's scouting, he's checking, he does not find the SCV. Factory does complete. There's the atom swap here for a Hellion production. And we're setting up for a Hellion drop. Let's go. Proxy Starport into Medevac into drop into the main. Now, technically, this could also be Proxy Liberator. It could be Hellions towards the natural and a Liberator into the main base instead. But based on how defendable this natural is, it should be a drop. Again, there's a ramp coming into the natural. There's some good SimCity here as well to wall off. So we are getting ready for some drop play. Reaper is deflected. Going to be a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax working into Stim. And so far, MaxPax, he did not scout the proxy. Is in the dark. As the Hellions are amassing, Medevac is on the way. We did see Clem pop off yesterday against MaxPax with a Hellion drop as well. The Hellions are scouted, they're spotted. And they're going to be able to shut down the Adepts, but at least MaxPax is aware. He's worth the commitment into Hellions. Likewise, Hellions getting very low as well. It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. But one of them is insanely low. Another Adept goes down. MaxPax, he fully walls off. Stalkers, they rotate into the main. He's ready for the drop. He's ready for the aggression. Hellions, they dive in. Stalkers are in position. And they shut down the first Hellion. First Hellion goes down. He gets 1 volley off. He gets 2. Not bad. Getting 4 probes. Up. Getting up to 5. Potentially 6. Not quite. 5 probe kills for 4 Hellions. Oh, not ideal. Not as worth it here for Nickrat. Essentially a 1-to-1 trade. And with that MaxPax, he defends. And now it's time to counterattack. With what? With 3-gate Blink. We have the War Prism on the way. Blink is almost done. 3 gateways are up and running. And here comes MaxPax. He's pushing. He's moving out across the map. Back at home, Nickrat trying to secure himself. Bunkers on the way. Tank is in production. But again, the tank production was delayed because of the Hellions. Hellions did delay the tanks. So we are waiting for that War Prism. The first tank has arrived. Nickrat getting in position. And we've seen MaxPax pop off with 3-gate Blink. He makes it look like 4-gate Blink. He's crazy. Oh. Rotates in. Gets an SCV. Going for the bunker. He settles for the Medevac. Nice pickup. Medevac goes down. So far, doesn't lose the Stalker. Only losing 2 Adepts. Ooh, takes the tank shot to the face. Not bad. Nickrat takes down a Stalker. Behind this, MaxPax, of course, expanding, getting a 3rd base. These Stalkers, they aren't designed to kill, they're only designed to contain. If they get any extra damage, anything more than that, then that's a bonus here for MaxPax. Catching a Medevac, a tank, a couple of Marines, an SCV here and there is ideal for MaxPax. As he rotates over, there is 1 tank here in the production. Tank shot goes off. Ooh. MaxPax does get away. Does pull out. Behind this, getting into charge. MaxPax diving in. He gets a tank. Yeah, the tank is exposed. Tank goes down. Just not enough here to support. Not enough to protect. And MaxPax, he could just overwhelm. Yeah, there's just not enough here. Marines are falling, boys are being pulled. There's 1 Viking behind this. It gets started down. MaxPax just going for the dive. And it looks like he's going to be forced back. The tanks, they do siege. He just goes to the mineral line. Just goes to the mineral line instead. Taking down SCVs, the gas geyser, another warp in. And this is critical damage, as there's barely any mining going on in the main. No, the tanks, no, they're on siege. Tanks, they hold on siege, both of them go down. And with that, Max actually breaks through. He breaks the main army. The Marines, they stim in, they force the blink, but that's still 15 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. 20 SCVs. And it's almost a role reversal here, where now Nickrat, he's down heavily here in the economy. 29 workers, less than half the worker count of MaxPax. And he's still not done. He wants the bunker. Oh, can he get it? Not quite. Getting a little bit greedy here. Doesn't get the bunker. Famir is taking. We have Charge on the way, +1. Gateway Explosion. The Bay as well for Colossus. 4th base in production as well. MaxPax getting further ahead. Dropping into the main. Getting an SCV. Does snipe an SCV. Whatever he can get. It's all just more value here for MaxPax. It's all adding up. And allowing him to be that much more greedy here. He can just delay warp-ins, focus on tech, getting more bases, focusing his economy. And now, here come the Colossus. And here they come. And unfortunately, because MaxPax has been sniping these tanks, it means that Nickracht has no pushing power. He's down to 1 tank. 1 tank left for Nickracht. Whereas he should otherwise have 3 or 4. And with that higher tank count, then he can break out, he can expand, he can commit into an all-in. Without those tanks, there's not really much here. That is the added benefit of sniping those tanks. It doesn't just weaken the defenses, it weakens the offense as well. As behind this, we're up to 68 workers. Extendable lance on the way. Second Colossus as well. Nickracht breaks out. His upgrades are done. And it's all or nothing for Nickracht. At the same time, here comes MaxPax. It warps into the main, catches a tank. Can go for a warp in as well. And Nickracht, he's all in. At this point, he's all in. As the boys are being pulled, more SCVs going down. The main armies, they clash. And MaxPax, he just collapses on the army. GG gets called, and MaxPax ties us up 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We had Nickracht attempting to be cheeky with the proxy starport. With the Hellion drop, it got completely shut down. Again, MaxPax, he didn't see the proxy, he didn't see the starport, but he did see all the Hellions. He saw the Hellions, which was enough of a tell. That did let him know to wall up his natural and to be ready in the main. And as a result, the Hellion drop just was not worth it. Remember, it was 4 Hellions for 5 probes. With that, MaxPax, he was free to counterattack, and because of the build of choice, we saw that Nickracht, he had no tanks, or he had 1. He only had 1 tank to defend. With only 1 tank, MaxPax, he overwhelmed. Real fast, real quick, just pulling Nickracht apart, and just getting so much damage done with his Blink Stalkers. GG. GG, well played. And that leads us into game number 3, the ace match. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Danish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickracht. Let's go. As we are loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool, so I'm very curious as to how this does unfold. Nickracht moving out with an SCV. I would imagine we're setting up for an eBay block across the map. I would imagine to try to force MaxPax to be a little bit more uncomfortable. To wreak havoc. To force the unnatural natural and to expose the Protoss. Here we go. SCV's on the way. Is moving in. The probe will miss the scout, will miss the worker, and the eBay will begin. Now again, when it comes to Nickracht's style of going for these aggressive builds, we didn't really get to see that last game. I mean, we saw the proxy and it got shut down. I'm referring to the Hellion drop into the main base. Game 1, we had the essentially 2-base all-in out of Nickracht, where he committed with his bio tank with a stim timing. Here, we'll see what we go for. There is going to be a lot of opportunity here as the eBay will close to finish and MaxPax is going to be forced to expand elsewhere. As he does scout, he is now aware, and MaxPax is going for the triangular third. Is going for the Nexus. Likewise, Nickracht back at home, going for his own factory follow-up. Now, the reason why you go for the factory here is because of the investment into this eBay, you cannot afford the CC. So, despite the single gas opener, the CC is still delayed. So, delayed command center, factory first. And from here, we can go into early Hellions, we can go into early Cyclones. It can be very awkward and very difficult for the Protoss player to defend both locations at once, as the aggressing player can rotate between the third and the main, back and forth. As a response, it is going to be a Twilight Council out of MaxPax into Blink Stalkers. Okay. Bold move. Getting to the Twilight Council, there's the... Ooh, still no cancel, but the CC is on the way. At this point, I feel like we could have gotten the refund for a faster command center regardless. Necract is expanding. Reactoring out those Hellions. Speaking of the Hellions, they are scouted here by the Adept. Release initial 2. Shades into the main. Oh, but it's cleaned up. He's going to be shut down. Nice catch here from Necract, not losing anything yet. Boys are pulled to repair. Going for the add-on swap. Into early Cyclone production. Okay. So quadruple Hellion. Tech Lab is on the factory. Ooh, not early Cyclone, early tank production. Okay, tanks are on the way. Hellions move out. This is bold just because Necract doesn't know. For all he knows, there could be a Stargate. There could be a Stargate instead. Hellions, they just bust in! And they race past the Stalker. Then straight into the main instead. They have enough to one-shot. Probe's going to be going down. So far getting 6. Ooh, get 6, get 7. Another volley goes up. Probes, some of them do line up. Nice splits towards the end. Minimizing losses. Still 10 probes going down for 4 Hellions. Much better trade here for Necract. Remember, last game, what did we see? 4 Hellions for only 5 workers. Here he doubles the kill count and didn't even invest into a medevac. So a much stronger start here for Necract. Back at home, building on more tanks. The first tank is already done. More racks is on the way, and we've seen this before. That is a second and third racks before the starport, which means just like game number 1, we're building up towards a big +1. Well, I say +1, a big stim timing with these tech labs. So stim and combat shields on the way, and once these upgrades do complete, Necract can push. The eBay is still there. It's still there. Just not allowing MaxPax to expand. I'm sure he wants to. Blink is done. How many gateways? Just 2. 2-gate blink into what should be a third base. Ooh. As MaxPax, he needs to expand. Back at home, we have the... Oh, I keep thinking we have an eBay on the way. And hopefully we cancel in time. Oh. There it is. There's a cancellation. MaxPax forced to throw down another gateway into a bay, into gases before a third base. Very tech heavy. So MaxPax is going to have a delayed economy in favor of faster Colossus production. Colossus are on the way. MaxPax swings into the main. Necract is in position. He's got stim, he's got combat shields. Again, just waiting for those upgrades. Until then, Necract, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. With this, he can pull the boys. We saw in game 1 that he only pulled, I think it was like 5 or 6 SCVs. We'll see how hard Necract commits. As the tanks do on siege. We have 4 tanks so far. Once again, we do pull 6 SCVs. Necract, he moves out. MaxPax trying to keep up. MaxPax, he invests into the bay, but there we go. The Colossus just now begins. So far doing a good job of just slowing this down, picking away at the Marines. Getting a Marine here and there, catching one of the Marauders. 2 Marauders even. 3, oh my god. Very nice pickoffs. Does catch 3 Marauders. Pulling back, force fields are ready. Looking at the tanks. He gets 1. Oh my god. Gets one of the tanks. He gets another as well. MaxPax just completely slicing this army up. And Necract, he's down to 2. Down to 2 tanks. 2 tanks left. He has been delayed. Does force his way towards the third base. Trying to get on top of the production. The Colossus will arrive. Tanks do siege. Shield battery goes down. The robot is exposed. True. which means MaxPax, he might just have one Colossus. Yeah, the tanks are within range. The robot's gonna go down. Only one. And that means that the tech of MaxPax is not really gonna come into play. As he was building up towards additional Colossus. Likewise, we see him trying to catch reinforcements. Army stims in. 13 probes going to be going down. The Colossus are exposed. Zealots come in from behind. Once again, MaxPax, he goes for the surround. But the Colossus is going to fall. He dives in. Colossus goes down. Now only Stalkers. Now only Zealots. Just a gateway army. He targets down every single worker. 21, 22 probe kills. MaxPax, he will clean this up, but he's down to a 1 base economy. And he never expanded. He never got a third. Ay. That one eBay. it just forced MaxPax to tech. It forced him to tech up. Dark Shrine is on the way. Rebuilding the Robo. Despite the upgrade, I mean, investing into nothing here. Extendum Land's not going to come into play. He only has Zealots. Only Zealots here for MaxPax. And Nickrat, he's on a 2 base economy. Looking good. Deja vu. He scans Nickrat. He should be smiling here. Confirms there is no expansion. There is no third. And MaxPax, he has to commit. Trying to tank one of those shots. Zealot's smash in. The boys are being pulled, and one of the tanks may go down, but not even. GG gets caught. Nickrat, he survives the counterattack as MaxPax was completely all in. And Nickrat, he will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax actually had some really good moments in this game. I was very impressed with MaxPax sniping 3 Marauders and 2 tanks before the main fight. That was crazy, by the way, for MaxPax to target fire those Marauders and to force field and cut up the army to catch both of those tanks. Those are some big moves out of MaxPax. But his build was really shaky. If you remember, initially he wanted to go 2-gate blink into a third, but he didn't get a third base because he wasn't really expecting Nickrat to do something that is not done. Well, he just left the eBay. Like he just left it there, and it never got dealt with. And because of that, it meant that MaxPax, he had to deviate away. So he went 2-gate blink, and if you notice, he went for a much more delayed gas and delayed rover and delayed bay. It did feel like a reaction. It felt like initially MaxPax is like, oh, I'm gonna expand. Oh. And then he realized that he couldn't, and then he had to try to transition out and tried to take up into the Colossus. Alas, he only had the 1 Colossus ready at the time because it was a bit of an awkward build out of MaxPax. Again, because he just couldn't expand, because he had to kind of spend his money elsewhere in a bit of a rush, I should say. And with that, despite losing 2 tanks, the Robo was exposed. The Robo was exposed. It is so crucial that that Robo was at the natural, because it meant that there was nothing else. There was no other Immortal production, no Colossus either. GG. GG, well played. I mean, I say it came down to the Robo being at the third or at the natural. Also, I mean, the natural was also out in the open, right? It was isolated as well. Very difficult to defend because of the eBay block. The MVP, the eBay pappy. Oh my god. The MVP eBay block. GG, well played. Nickrat, he will claim the win. And it was Nickrat, an unlikely hero, that knocked MaxPax out of the tournament. Congratulations. Congratulations, Pop. Congratulations. Again, he's known for being hyper-aggressive, and, you know, we've seen him now defeat MaxPax in a full series. We've seen him take maps off of herO as well. Like, Nickrat, he can clearly take down the best Protoss players in the world. He can snipe them, if you will. This is also why I loved casting Nickrat in WTL, in World Team League, where snipers, they have that opportunity to really pop off in a bit of a shorter series and a shorter format. So, GG well played. GG well played. Oh, as Nickrat, he was the one, the chosen one. I'm sure Clem was very happy, by the way. I'm sure he's like, phew. He's like, thank God, Pappy. Oh my God, you got rid of him. As I mean, it's depending on how you look at it, of course. You know, potentially Clem wanted a rematch in the finals as well. For those who are unaware, I recommend the VODs. We just casted Clem versus MaxPax over the weekend in Little League Cup. Whether Clem is frustrated for not having the rematch or thankful that he avoided it, hard to say. Regardless, GG. GG well played. Clem, of course, was our champion. And MaxPax, who was the #1 seed of the tournament, doesn't even make it past the round of 16. Did not make it. Let's go. Oh, sorry. I apologize. My apologies. I I did have the wrong score at a game. There it is. 2-1 for Nicorette. Can I fix that? There we go. Clearly trying to hide the ending. My bad. I just my brain is just so used to seeing MaxPax win. I gave him the score. Just catching up in the chat. Oh. Is this live? The tournament was live. This series here was a replay cast. We just wrapped up. We just wrapped up the tournament. Shout out to Nicorette. He was kind enough to share those replays. Very kind. And again, send him some love when you see him next. He played well. Played very well. Here we go. Is Nicorette the new GOAT? Confirmed. The unofficial GOAT. Ah, crazy. As Nico said, he was lucky. yes. When I messaged Nicorette and when I was praising him, he was very humble. He was like, "Oh, I got lucky. I just got lucky." Ah, I played well. Here we go. Would that make Nicorette the GOAT act? Oh no. Potentially. GG, well played. With that, we're wrapping up here for the day. Again, we have concluded the tournament. We have concluded the broadcast. Just a little bonus series that we had towards the end, just because I was curious myself as to what happened in that match, in that series. That wasn't the only crazy results coming in. Big shout out to Geralt as well. Geralt, he also 2-0'd Cure. That was crazy. That was wild as well. That was crazy. Oh my, the upsets were real. In this tournament. I don't quite have the replays for that, unfortunately. Not quite, but regardless, GG, well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. When it comes to our schedule here, as always, it is jam-packed full of StarCraft. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the schedule itself. Here we go. Now, we may have wrapped up with Little League Cup and with Masters Coliseum for January. That doesn't stop us from having non-stop StarCraft. We have at least a cast a day. We actually have 2 casts every single day. We have 3 casts on Saturday. I guess Sunday is kind of free, but does it count because SEL bleeds into Sunday anyway? So so it's kind of 2 casts a day every day. It evens out. It averages out. It's fine. But yes, our next broadcast is going to be the Pigasaur Monday. Pigasaur Monday is at 10 a.m. KST. That is going to be in 9 hours. 9 hours time. We're going to be live with the Pigasaur Monday. Now, this is a special edition. What is the Pigasaur Monday? It is the equivalent of this tournament, but at a better time slot for American players. So it's at a better time slot for the Americas and for Korea as well. As it's in the morning for Korea, it's in the evening for the Americas, and it's late into the night for Europe. Despite that, we still often get very good European representation. The D-Gens, they come out swinging. Players like Clem, players like MaxPax, players like Geralt, Wayne, sometimes Skillus, Nicorette as well. They're animals. They play until like 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning just to play in that tournament. They're crazy. So we get some of the passionate, dedicated European players, and of course the American and Koreans as well. But this week it is a special edition. It is, if you haven't heard, the Wings of Liberty edition, which is crazy. Let's go. It's gonna be Wings of Liberty. Basically, we're gonna be playing with an older version of the game, with an older mod. I say mod, I think it isn't necessarily a mod, but I believe there is a way to play the older version here in SC2. It is possible. And I believe it's going to be playing the latest patch of Wings of Liberty, like just before Heart of the Swarm came out. It's that version of Wings of Liberty. The latest one before Heart of the Swarm is what we're going to be playing on, and I don't know what to expect. It's been a very long time since I've watched Wings of Liberty. I never even laddered, I don't think, Wings of Liberty, by the way. I mean, I have my own story as to my introduction to StarCraft. Like, I was big into the beta of StarCraft, watching it, I mean. for those who haven't heard my story, I pre-ordered Wings of Liberty. I was so excited. I played so much Brood War as a kid growing up. I was so excited for SE2. I pre-ordered it. I got it. I put it in. It took me like a week to download. This is back when I had dial-up. For those who don't know, I had like 7 kilobytes down. I think it was 7 kilobytes down for my dial-up internet back in the day in 2010. And it took me like a week. Basically what I would do is every night I would leave the PC on downloading and patching. I'd leave it on overnight, and then I'd wake up and it'd just keep going, and then it took a long time to download. After the download, I was like, let's go, we can play. I loaded it up. At the time, I did not have a proper gaming PC. God, no, not back then. Did not have a proper gaming PC. I had a Windows XP. I had like a store-bought Windows XP PC, or a PC with Windows XP from like 2003 with integrated graphics. And because of that, I could not run the game. I couldn't run SE2. Technically, I loaded up the menu, and the frames were like, it was like a slideshow, and I tried to play the campaign, and the initial like in-game cutscene, it came in, it was on the lowest graphics possible, and it was literally like 1 frame a second, and I couldn't play. I just couldn't play. I was very sad. Because of that, I didn't really get to play. I owned the game. I didn't get to play Wings of Liberty for a long time. I think it was like a year later that I was able to get a PC that could actually run the game. Yeah, that was my experience with Wings of Liberty. I still watched it on YouTube. I watched Husky, I watched HD StarCraft, I watched a little bit of Day 9. But yeah, I still watched it from afar, but didn't really get to play it for a long time after that, at least. Heart of the Swarm I was able to play on release, thankfully. But yeah, so it's gonna be an interesting time. I think what's gonna be interesting about it as well is that on the one hand, we haven't watched it in a long time, we haven't seen it in a long time. Likewise, I'm sure the players haven't played it in a long time either. Like, it's available to play, but like I'm sure they're also going to be coming at it. I guarantee you, I mean, there's a lot of players as well that we have nowadays that are newer to StarCraft. They got in like during Legacy of the Void when the game went free to play, or during COVID as well. Like, there are actually like a newer generation of pros even in SE2 that maybe never even played Wings of Liberty. So it's gonna be interesting. it's gonna be an interesting experience, I should say. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how chaotic and how much of a clown fiesta it becomes. It's gonna be fun. Likewise, we have the OC Season 12 Championship. We have a Lima League on Wednesday. We have the Enki Pro Series. We have KSL. We have the Podcast. We have Amantes. We have Kung Fu Cup, Warcraft 3 Evolution Edition. We have Code for Giants Cup, MSO, SEL, and STC. We have a jam-packed schedule for the week. So tune in at some point. If you cannot watch live, check out our YouTube channel. We do upload on a daily basis over on YouTube, so whether you can watch us live or whether you catch our VODs, do check us out. Plenty of content on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast every single day, multiple times a day. That's how we do. That's what we are here on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast more than any other channel, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than Pig, more than anyone else out there. We have the quantity, and we have some of the quality as well. We have a little bit of the quality, Pappy. Let's go. Watching on YouTube every day, brother. Thank you. Back in my day, Reapers did more damage to buildings than to other units. True. Back in my day, you had to research Siege to siege up the tanks. Crazy. StarCraft PowerPoint edition. Pretty much. Just catching up in the chat. They're going to play Wings of Liberty. Yeah, exactly. Rex knows. I'm ready to forgate everyone. Oh no. Yo, you know what I'm looking forward to? If we can get to like a proper macro game. Yo, like Vortex, right? Like Vortex was an ability back in the day that got stripped away from us. I look forward to it. The Archon Toilet. True. You don't even need a mod. Yeah, you don't even need a mod. Basically, Heart of the Storm was released before we had Wings of Liberty installed. Look. Fun fact, I think I did play Wings before I could actually play it myself, because I think I went to a PC bang. I know I played Heart of the Swarm at a PC bang. I think I did play Wings of Liberty as well. Yes. I think I think I had to go to a PC bang to play Wings of Liberty for the first time. And I remember, by the way, playing the ladder for the first time at a PC bang, and I had like a little crowd around me. They were like these they weren't even that old. They were like these kids, like they were like enamored by the game, and I was not playing well at all, by the way. I was not. It was like my first ladder experience. It's like Bronze League, mate. But yeah, good times. Wings of Liberty. It's gonna be great to see the skill level with the patch. For sure. With the quality and the quantity. Sometimes go a long time without talking, so it feels off for me. Yes, we always talk, always. The Archon toilet. To anyone who is here, just want to hit a sick Archon toilet and I'm satisfied. True. Oh no. But yeah, with that, we're done. With that, we're wrapping up for the day. I'm going to be heading off, going to get some rest, and ideally going to be well rested here for the WardiTV Monday. So we'll see you then. Also, if you want to help support us, you can do so monetarily. If you wish, you can support us via subscribing on Twitch or becoming a member on YouTube, or you can even help us out via Patreon as well. You can see our Patreon is just underneath the graphic. We currently do earn 348 USD a month by Patreon. Thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much. All the money on Patreon, 100% of it goes towards our tournaments, goes towards these events here: Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open as well, all funded by the community for the community. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thank you for watching. We're going to be heading off. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll see if there's someone we can send everyone over to, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Monday, or for the OSC Season 12 Championship, or for whichever cast you catch us on. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Until then, ciao. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego. Ciao.